Those are just redactions. Thank you all for being here. Appreciate you very much. They're just redacting certain information.
In other words, I have no opinion as to what your verdict should be. All right. So if you think you're trying to read between the lines, don't. All right. I have no opinion. Also, during the course of the trial, you may hear either the three lawyers objecting. All right. Don't hold that against the attorneys. That's their job. All right. And generally, the objections go towards the admissibility of some of the evidence or the questioning. It might be a different form that's needed. And that's what they're supposed to do. So don't hold it against either side if they're making objections. And what will happen is sometimes I'll just rule right from here where I'm sitting. It may be an objection. If I say, well, that's sustained, that means I agree with the objection. And a lot of times the question is just asked a different way. If I say overruled, just means I disagree with the objection. And the question can go forward and the answer can be given. All right, so that's just kind of the shorthand we use. There's going to be times during the course of a trial that I have to talk to counsel over at sidebar. When I say sidebar at this point, that's going to be over here. All right, in this courtroom, this is the sidebar. And so a lot of times I'll have to talk to counsel over here because the law requires me sometimes to make decisions outside of your hearing. All right, so we do that over here. It can be annoying, I know that, but we do it over here because it's actually quicker than if we ask you to leave the courtroom, because you've now seen you'd have to stand up, file out one by one, all the way down to the jury room. The court officer then says they're all in the jury room. Then I talk to the lawyers. Then we resolve that. You have to then file all the way back. So we found it's quicker. And so a lot of times those things really move a case along. So I apologize if we're doing them, but that's the reason we do it. And that's the reason why we do it in the courtroom. If we're doing a sidebar conference, anybody needs to stand up, kind of stretch, you have bad back, you're like, those are pretty comfortable chairs, but maybe sitting there for a while, by all means do that. But when we're over here at sidebar, don't discuss with any of the other jurors kind of what's going on or what you think's going on over here, right? So you just want to stretch, you can. Now, if during the course of this trial, anybody needs to communicate with me about anything, just let the court officer know and they'll let me know, and I'll talk to the attorneys who will deal with any of your concerns or any issues. Now, until this case is submitted to you after my final instructions, you must not discuss it with anyone, even your fellow jurors or your family, friends, or employees. All right, so it's important that you keep an open mind and not decide this case in any way until the entire case has been submitted to you. All right, and that sounds easy at this point because you haven't heard anything, but as the case gets going, it gets harder and harder sometimes, even in the jury room. You can't start deliberating until you hear all the evidence. You can't start talking about it until you hear all the evidence, until you know the law that you got to apply. All right. We're going to allow you, as the case goes forward, to take notes. All right. And so anybody who wants to take notes, you can. You don't have to. Some people find it helpful to remember. Some people find it distracting. So that's just, it's up to you. That's your option. All right. You should know that those notes are your notes. By that, I mean, we can't let you take them home, but at the end of each day, they're collected. They're put in a secure place. Nobody reads them. I don't read them. The attorneys don't read them. Nobody reads them. At the end of the trial, they're destroyed. Okay? But just some people, if you want to do it, we'll hand those out in a couple of minutes. Now, I want to just kind of go over just some cautions as we're getting ready to start this trial. All right? First is, as I said already, please keep an open mind. Don't form any judgments or conclusions or views as to any aspect of this case. You haven't heard all the evidence, and you must keep an open mind throughout this case and until the case is given to you in your deliberations. 2, as I said, don't talk about this case, about any aspect of the case with family, friends, acquaintances, or anybody like that. 3, don't talk to any of the witnesses or parties or attorneys involved in this case. They've been instructed not to talk to you. We really want you to be comfortable, all right? And so if you do pass by one of the people involved in the case, if they go by you and don't say anything to you, don't hold it against them. Don't think they're not being respectful. They're following my instructions. We just want you to be comfortable throughout the course of this trial. Now, another caution is during the time that you serve on this jury, there may be reports about this case in newspapers or social media or on the television. You may be tempted to look or listen. Don't do it. All right. My instruction to you is do not read anything about this case. Don't listen to anything about this case. If something comes on, turn it off. Or if somebody starts talking about it, just say you can't talk about it. And you can blame me. That's my instruction. All right. Now, sometimes during the course of a trial, evidence is presented that produces an emotional reaction. And that might happen in this case. But as jurors who have taken the oath to follow the law, I'm instructing you that the law says you must separate any emotional reaction on your part from the informational value and weight of the evidence. You must find the facts in this case based only on the evidence. All right, I may go into that a little bit later, but I just kind of wanted to remind you of that in regards to that. Don't do any research on this case. All right. If you have any questions about things as you go forward, you're not to do any independent research. You've got, as I said before, you've got 3 very, very experienced lawyers. They'll get you the information that you're going to need to come to the right verdict. All right. You can't do any research. The other thing is don't visit the scene of any place that's described during the course of the testimony. So no field trips. All right. As I said, we very well may be taking a view or to go see some of these places later on in the trial, but that's the only time you should be there. Because at that point, you'll be under the supervision of the court officers, the court, the attorneys will be there. So that's the only time you're going to be allowed to do that. Now, I think the reason for all of these cautions is probably pretty clear, but it's just we need to ensure that a fair and just trial is given to all the parties in this case. So if you follow those instructions, you'll be able to do that. In regards to the schedule, as I told you, what we're generally going to do is go start at 9. We're going to go to 11. Might be off kilter a little bit today because of this part of the procedures. Go to 11, then we'll go till 1. There'll be a break from 1 to 2, and we'll generally go 2 to 3:30 or 4. All right. Now, after saying that, as I told you, I think everybody, this is a case that we may not be sitting every day. All right. And we may have to break early on certain days. So what I'm going to try and do as best I can is give you as much notice and explain to you kind of where we are as we go through the case. And then, so that being said, we're not sitting tomorrow. All right. Something's come up that has nothing to do with any of the participants, but we can't sit. So the thought would be we'll hopefully go most of the day today, and then Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. All right. As the week goes on, then I'll address you about how it looks for the next week. All right. And we'll try as best we can to keep you, up to date in regards to the schedule and also the progress that we're making on this case. All right. So that's pretty much what I wanted to address you in this pre-charge.
Sorry, everybody, for the audio issue
there. Very
there.
preliminary. They're intended, as I said, just to acquaint you with the procedure and the framework of how this case is going to go forward. I'm going to talk to you later on in the trial in a much more detailed explanation of what the law is and what your obligations are. But I know that you're going to try this case according to the oath that we talked about that you took as jurors, where you promised you would well and truly try the issues between the defendant and the Commonwealth according to the evidence in the law. If you follow that oath and try this case without fear or prejudice or bias or sympathy, you'll arrive at a true and just verdict. I'm confident of that. And also, have confidence in yourself. All right? You can do this. The lawyers and I asked a number of questions, and we all decided and chose that you would be the people who could make this decision. So everyone has confidence in you. You should have confidence in yourself in regards to sitting on this jury and delivering the just verdict on this. So at this point, I'm going to now see if the Commonwealth is prepared to give their opening statements. Commonwealth?
Great message by the judge. Great message. Shout out to the judge.
Morning, ladies and gentlemen. Cora. She had just turned 5. She was sweet, silly, smart. She loved sparkly dresses and wearing bows in her hair. She loved princesses and baby dolls. She even tried to convince her preschool teachers at the beginning that her name was Sophia because she loved the Disney character Sophia the First so very much. Dawson. He was 3, a boy's boy. He was a bit rambunctious, but funny, full of energy. He loved trucks, construction trucks, fire trucks, and he spoke with a raspy little voice. Callan. Callan was just 8 months old. Always smiling with chunky cheeks, a sweet little baby. We are here, ladies and gentlemen, because they are not. They were strangled, deliberately and meticulously, killed by this defendant on January 24th of 2023. One by one, she wrapped exercise bands around each one of the kids' necks and pulled until their little bodies were limp and lifeless. First Dawson, then Cora, and finally Callan. Your job, ladies and gentlemen, is not easy in this case. The evidence will be difficult to see, to hear, to process. Testimony of witnesses, family, friends, teachers, people who knew the Clancy family, people who saw them regularly, people who saw them on the day in which this defendant killed them. They're all going to come before you. And it may be heartbreaking to hear what they have to say. You'll see photographs of the crime scene. You'll hear testimony from first responders. They're going to tell you about what they discovered when they came into the Clancy home at 47 Summer Street in Duxbury on January 24th. You'll hear evidence about the defendant during that time period, observations of her physical appearance, her demeanor. You'll hear testimony about what she was reporting to her friends and family and doctors during this time period. The list of witnesses is quite long. Law enforcement, firefighters, friends, family, teachers, crime scene investigators, forensic scientists, toxicologists, medical examiners, experts. We expect over the next few weeks that you will be able to, or will be able to present to you a clear picture of what was occurring in the Clancy household on January 24th of 2023. We ask that you keep an open mind when you're hearing this evidence, and during the course of the trial, don't forget that you use your common sense and your life experience. Those are things that you bring as jurors to the courtroom every day, and it's what's going to take you into the deliberation room at the end of this trial. So what happened? On January 24th, 2023, it had recently snowed. It was in fact a Tuesday. Tuesdays were days that Cora and Dawson usually went to preschool. They attended the Learning Sprouts preschool in Duxbury, but they didn't attend on Tuesdays. So on this day, they were home. On this particular day, Cora, who had just turned 5, had an appointment at the doctor's, an annual checkup. And so the defendant brought her first thing in the morning to the doctor's. Defendant's husband, Patrick Clancy, was home and he was caring for Callan and Dawson while defendant took Cora to the doctor. Pretty normal. You'll hear and see that Patrick and the defendant exchanged text messages that morning. Patrick sends a photo of Dawson, who had just dressed himself that day and he was jumping for joy. And he sends that text to the defendant while she's at the doctor. And while at the doctor, the defendant sends a text of Cora in her little Johnny and mask to Patrick. When the defendant and Cora returned home that morning, Patrick went downstairs to his basement office to do work, same as he had normally done on any other day since returning from paternity leave. And then the defendant was charged with caring for the kids for the rest of the day. She put Callan down for a nap, bundled up Cora and Dawson, took them outside to the backyard, and played in the snow. They built a snowman. The defendant sent pictures of the snowman and the kids in the snow to Patrick when he's working in the basement, and her mom, who was living in Connecticut, who had just been there that weekend but had gone home. The day proceeds as normal. You'll hear Patrick describe it as a good day, actually. In the late afternoon, around 4 p.m., the defendant searched on her phone for kids' Miralax. She searched takeout 3V, and she opened the Apple Maps on her phone and searched the route that it would take to get from their house to the 3V restaurant in Plymouth. She searched how much time and how far it was. Now, this restaurant had been a place that the family had eaten before, but wasn't their normal takeout spot. She also called CVS and asked them about the kids' Pedialax or Miralax. And that's because at the doctor earlier that day, the doctor had recommended a laxative for Cora because she had some stomach issues. She had complained of an upset tummy at school the day before, you'll hear. She had some issues where she didn't like to go to the bathroom at school, a little bit embarrassed. So they suggested the Pedialax. So she calls CVS and she confirms that they actually have it at their local CVS in Kingston. Then she sends a text to Patrick and asks if he wants to get takeout, if 3V is okay. She didn't feel like cooking dinner, it was a long day. He says, sure. She calls in the order. When Patrick leaves the house around 5:15 that evening, everything is normal, seems normal. He sees Dawson eating chicken nuggets and green beans on the couch before he walks out the door. Patrick leaves to go to 3V and he's going to stop at CVS on the way there. That's when the clock starts, ladies and gentlemen. The defendant knows that Patrick has to stop at CVS, go to 3V. She knows that it's about 5 miles from their house to get to the restaurant. She knows approximately how much time she has for him to go there and come back. She then takes the children down into the basement. She separates Dawson from Cora and Callan, and then she proceeds to wrap exercise bands around each child's neck and pull until they are dead. She leaves the bands wrapped around each child's neck and goes back upstairs. In the kitchen, she gets a knife, and then she proceeds to the second floor of the home. In the middle of this, she misses a call from Patrick. He's at CVS. She misses the call. She calls him right back, and they talk for 14 seconds. Nothing that she does or says in that phone call is of concern to Patrick. He proceeds on his task, and she proceeds with hers. She goes to the second floor master bedroom, locks the door, crushes up some pills, and attempts to take her own life. She uses the knife she got in the kitchen to slash her wrists and her neck. She moves the bed away from the wall, away from the window. She opens that window and goes out. She lands on the cold, hard ground. Shortly thereafter, around 6 p.m., Patrick comes home. He's got the takeout bag and the CVS bag with the medicine. He enters into the house through the mudroom door into the kitchen area, places the bags down. It's eerily quiet. He calls to the kids, no answer. He calls to the defendant, no answer. He takes out his phone and dials the number for Lindsay's phone, defendant's phone. No answer. He then goes upstairs and finds the master bedroom door locked. He opens it and enters the room, sees blood and the window open. He then goes to the backyard, and that's where he finds the defendant. She's on the ground outside that window, moaning and mumbling. At 6:11 p.m., he calls 911 for help. First responders arrive to the home almost immediately. He's still on the phone with 911 when the responders arrive, and they go right to the backyard and tend immediately to the defendant. While they're with the defendant, Patrick tells the first responders, "I need to find my kids." He had asked the defendant where the kids were, and she told them they were in the basement. So when he went in the house, that's the first place he went, down into the basement. He's still on the phone with 911 when he finds each child with an exercise band still wrapped around their neck. He screams for help, and he says, "She killed the kids." Efforts made to resuscitate Cora and Dawson were futile, but first responders from Duxbury and the surrounding communities were persistent, and they kept trying to resuscitate them all the way to the hospital. But when they arrived at the hospital, there was nothing more that medical staff could do for Cora and Dawson. The staff at Beth Israel were able to get a heartbeat on Callan, but he never started breathing on his own. He never regained consciousness. He had no brain activity. Nonetheless, he was transferred to Boston Children's Hospital, where he died 3 days later on January 27th. The defendant was taken to South Shore Hospital and then transported subsequently to Brigham and Women's in Boston. She had multiple traumas, including spinal injuries, as well as superficial injuries to both her wrists and her neck. She is paralyzed. We expect during the course of this trial that you'll hear the defendant made claims that either right after Patrick left the house or after he called her from the CVS, depending on which version of the events she's telling, she heard a voice, a male voice, a voice that she had never heard before, a voice that she never heard again. And that voice told her that it was her last chance. She had to kill the kids so that she could kill herself. She immediately took action when she heard the voice, with no direction or details from this so-called voice, and she killed the children. Once she killed the children, the voice stopped. When you consider this information in the course of the trial, ladies and gentlemen, I ask that you consider the source, the timing, the substance of her statements about this voice. You're also going to hear from, or you may hear from, forensic psychologists and psychiatrists who talk about what's called command hallucinations and voices that people hear before they do something. And when you hear that testimony, I ask that you keep in mind the details of what she's saying the voice told her and the details of when this voice spoke to her. Another important thing to remember throughout the course of this trial is that this is not a case about the Lindsay Clancy that sits before you today. This case is about the Lindsay Clancy on January 24th, 2023, at the time of the crimes. This was not a woman in the throes of psychosis on January 24th, 2023. This was a woman who acted intentionally, rationally, and swiftly to accomplish a very specific goal: to kill. You'll see and hear evidence about all the things that she did that day, what she did in the days leading up to this incident, leading to the murders. You'll hear her spending time with her family and friends. You'll hear her appearing to be in good spirits and doing better for all intents and purposes. On that very day, you'll hear she interacted with people at the doctor's office. She came home and took care of the kids. She talked to people on the phone and via text message. The evidence will show you she was not psychotic that day. Throughout the evidence in this trial, you will learn about the defendant being the classic overachiever in school, in her personal life, in her nursing career. She was someone who liked to control every little detail of her life, of her family's life. In contrast to pictures you'll see of the doting mother, the dedicated nurse, You'll also see a side of Lindsay Clancy that's different. Somebody extremely controlling, meticulous, and manipulative. The days were laid out with specificity. Strict schedules were expected to be maintained. Food was planned carefully. Sleep was scheduled to the minute. And in the time after Callan was born, her last baby, the family had to adjust. And by all sources that I expect you're going to hear at that trial, that summer was great. But after Patrick had finished his paternity leave and was back to work full time, when she no longer had a nanny to watch the baby, do laundry, tidy up the house, follow her schedule, when she was responsible for it all, it was hard. It was hard for her to maintain that control. It was hard for her to bond with her kids. And in efforts to maintain control, she withheld information from her husband, from her doctors. She reported serious symptoms that were inconsistent with her daily activities, you'll hear. And ultimately, on January 24th, 2023, the defendant made a calculated decision. This was a woman who no longer liked the life she thought she wanted. It was getting harder and harder to control. And when she saw the opportunity to escape, she made the selfish choice to take it and to take Cora, Dawson, and Callan first before attempting to take her own life. Ladies and gentlemen, this is not a public debate about women's mental health and how the medical system treats women. This case is about this defendant, Lindsay Clancy. There is no dispute that she was dealing with mental health issues during this time period prior to the murders. There'll be medical records, medical doctors, mental health professionals that will talk about treatment, prescriptions, hospital visits. All that's going to be before you. The evidence will show that this defendant had a means and access to mental health that most people don't. And she chose to deal with her mental health issues in the worst way. She chose to manipulate her providers, seek out the quick and easy fix when she was feeling depressed and anxious. And when she didn't get what she expected, she chose an alternate route. She sought a different doctor. She changed medications after days. She disengaged from treatment when she didn't like the plan. After only 4 months in treatment, she made a choice, a deliberate and intentional decision that she did not want to try anymore. And because no one could take care of her kids the way she wanted them to, she had to take them with her. Despite all the precision that she exhibited that day, you'll hear, the timing of it all, the swiftness of the killings, overcoming the interruption of Patrick's phone call, what she did not anticipate was that she would not be able to complete the act by killing herself. Ladies and gentlemen, people with mental illness commit crimes every day and are responsible for them. The fact that someone may suffer or have a mental illness, a mental disease or defect is not the end of the inquiry when it comes to guilt or innocence. It is whether a person can appreciate the wrongfulness or criminality of the conduct and conform their conduct to the law. Do they know what they were doing, and can they control their actions? The evidence in this case will prove beyond a reasonable doubt that this defendant coldly and efficiently executed first Dawson, then Cora, and finally Callan. One by one, she strangled the life out of each one of them. She did so with no hesitation, with deliberate premeditation, and extreme atrocity and cruelty. She is criminally responsible for the murders because the evidence will prove to you that she knew exactly what she was doing. She drew her husband out of the house, their father, so that she had the opportunity and the time to carry out these murders. She maintained the ability to control her conduct, conform her conduct, when she attempted to kill herself to escape the consequences. At the conclusion of this case, we're going to come back and we're going to ask that you return guilty of the murders of Cora Clancy, Dawson Clancy, and Callan Clancy because the defendant committed those crimes.
All right, thank you, counsel.
Wow.
Mr. Reddington, do you wish to give an opening?
I do.
That sounded pretty damning.
Very.
I use the easel man placed in front of the TV screen so that the jurors are able to. Yes. Thank you.
That sounded pretty damning. Holy crap. And I want to mention this too. Let me mute that real quick. I want to mention this too. She was a nurse. She had the means and access. So we'll get back to that here in a moment.
I'm away from my wife, jobs, your family.
Thank you all for being
Coming
here.
to
Appreciate it.
court, listening to a trial certainly is a service that's provided by you as
Please hit the
citizens.
like, subscribe if you're
In this
not.
case, God bless you.
And prayers to these children. My gosh. From their
You're
own
gonna
mother.
have to listen to some of the most horrific things. Look at some of the most horrific things. And jurors, it's a beautiful system. You pass between, as you heard Don the clerk say, you probably don't remember it, but it's old language, goes back to Old England. It says that you as jurors pass between the government and she places herself on her country, which country you are. You owe allegiance to nothing but your oath, your consideration, and your time, your common sense. You bring your life experience to this trial. You render a verdict. And as jurors, it is, take the job very, very, very seriously. You people will never forget this case. And thank you for that service. The government says that this is a situation, it's not a referendum on women's having babies and having postpartum psychosis, postpartum depression, but it sure as hell is. Because you're going to hear, consistent with what His Honor told you in the instructions, consistent with the obligation that the government has when they brought this charge, Tim Cruz, the DA, right in the front row, brought this charge. He knew, as did his office, the facts of this case. And he knew when he brought this charge that it was going to kill the soul of this young woman. And they would bring their evidence in front of a jury that she knows that she killed these children.
This is
We'll
a
sit here
roller
and listen to
coaster
their
all of a
evidence.
sudden.
But I suggest to you that the issue for consideration is what was going on in that woman's mind. You're going to hear evidence that, as the government said, Lindsay was a kind of a parent pleaser. She was a person that in school had a lot of friends, still has friends. You'll hear evidence to this day from the 6th grade. High school, college, nursing school. You're going to hear evidence that Lindsay, in the course of being in high school, she was a high achiever, gymnastics. Stopped doing gymnastics because she hurt herself and didn't like to do the backflips and stopped doing gymnastics, but she was very athletic. You're going to hear evidence that right after she had the birth, the last child, within 4 or 5 days, she ran a 5K. She was very, very, very physically fit. Her life was such that she watched what she ate, watched what she did in her life as far as activities, and was one heck of a mother. She loved her children. All the things that the DA said to you about those little kids and their life and what they like, she knows 1,000 times more than what they know. And in that capacity, as a mother, daily you'll see evidence that she would decorate rooms, that she and Patrick did have that achievement of a wonderful life. They had it all. They met in Boston. She was a young nurse out of school. He was working in his industry. They ended up falling in love. They got married, bought a nice house. And you know, people will say, oh, they're living in this mansion. No, they're living in a very, very humble house in Duxbury that they had to struggle to pay for. That house you will see, not from the view, because it's not enough that we have photographs. On top of the photographs, we have to have video. And on top of the photographs and the video, we have to have an auto-computerized animated display. And on top of the photographs, the video, the automated animated display, we have to get on a bus and go take a ride and look at the house where some guy and his wife are now living, that it doesn't look at all like what it looked like when Lindsay and Patrick were living there with their 3 kids. But there are videos that show what that home looked like that day, prior to that. You'll see in every room, there are things hanging on the walls, alphabets, colors, numbers, pictures of different cartoon characters, and I'm too old to even remember what they are. Movies, all sorts of toys, erector sets, trucks, all over the living room. There was no dining room. It was a large thing for the baby to be in, and then surrounded by toys. Every single room had toys in it. These children were loved and nurtured and cared for by her. She didn't want to get rid of her kids because of her selfish life, as the government indicates. She loved those children right up to the time of their death. You're going to see that there's photographs in this case that you will be able to evaluate that show that. Some of them might even be in the videos that the state police took. This case is a massive production by the district attorney's office. You have the district attorneys, the assistant district attorneys, the assistants to the assistant district attorneys. You have the state police crime laboratory. You have the detectives. You have the state police, the armed men that will go out and interview witnesses and will investigate this case. You have the victim witness advocate, very nice lady, by the way, that deals with witnesses and people in a case such as this. It's a massive operation, and that's great. We should have that. But when you're considering the evidence, you consider the fact that you have 2 young people that were living this life, that were working, and Patrick, not because of COVID, not because of he just didn't want to work in an office anymore. He worked out of his basement. He worked in an office in the basement. He was there because of what Lindsay was going through. He was there. He lived it. And he will testify to it. He doesn't have to testify, quite frankly, and identify clothing and be distraught.
I got a lot to say.
Placed in a position of horror in this courtroom, but he will testify to what
Me too.
they went through as a husband and a wife, the wife being pregnant. They had 3 kids. After the second child, she had postpartum. You're going to hear evidence that that's one of the issues that is important because that can lead to bipolar. One of the things that you don't do, which is taboo, is if you have somebody that's bipolar, you don't put them on an antidepressant. You don't put them on Zoloft. You don't put them on what's called an SSRI. Selective serotonin reuptake inhibitors. It messes with your brain. You don't do that, but it was done in this case. The reason that Lindsay went to the doctors was in September 2022. July and August of 2022, they were very happy, lovely little family. September, things went sideways. And she looked for, and you heard the government saying, and remember what they say in the rule, and remember that when they prepare a case, and remember how they can point at different aspects of the case that show guilt, that show that somebody's conniving. In this case, how many times you heard she faked the suicide? Faked the suicide.
That is their audio, by the way.
Dinky little cuts, scratches, you'll hear, stated in the opening statement, or time of the arraignment, that she asked for a lawyer. That's rich. You're going to hear evidence that she was in her bedroom after the horrific act in the basement, and that she was up in the bedroom, that she stood in front of a full-length mirror, that she took the knife that was in the kitchen that she had taken, and when she took the knife, she cut her throat in front of the mirror. This is no fake suicide. This is her when she was brought to the hospital. When she was in the hospital. That's what her appearance was at the South Shore Hospital. When she's at the South Shore Hospital, she had wonderful care and treatment that was able, against her will, to save her life. Fake suicide, little scratches, dinky little scratches. This is a photograph that was taken at the South Shore Hospital of her neck. Photograph taken of her wrist, showing the split in the skin. Photograph showing you'll see evidence of this, the bedroom floor next to the bed with the blood.
This is a roller coaster with this guy.
Next to the cup, sadly,
Oh, wow.
gift saying "because kids."
Ooh.
You see the white residue inside the cup? That's where pills were crushed up with leftover lemonade from the night before when she consumed that. That's the knife. This here you'll see is sleep aids. See this here, deep sleep pillow spray. She couldn't sleep. She couldn't sleep for months. More photographs of the injuries to her neck. And then, in the course of the fake suicide speculation by the police, you'll see the evidence that she hung on the window ledge and, like Spider-Man, I guess, slid down the wall of the house. You're going to hear evidence that she flung and threw herself out the window, striking her head on the ground, full ground, causing what's known as a Jefferson fracture of her neck. She shattered, exploded her thoracic spine, shattered her cervical spine, the first disc, broke every rib. And the Jefferson fracture, you'll hear evidence, is not consistent with a fake suicide by any means. Jefferson fracture is consistent with Superman when he got thrown off the horse. It's consistent with people that have the tragedy where they dive into a swimming pool, as a result of which they get that fracture in their neck and they're paralyzed. She's paralyzed. She's not going to get up miraculously and walk out of this courtroom. Was paralyzed and will be paralyzed for the rest of her life. She's living her own hell. She knows what happened with those kids. And she wanted to die. When she was in the hospital, you're going to see evidence. Brigham and Women's Hospital, when they transferred her from South Shore Hospital, air flight, into Brigham and Women's Hospital, and she was then given the emergency room and the emergency treatment at the Brigham and Women's Hospital. You couldn't move in that room. There was so much equipment, so many wires, so many breathing tubes, so many machines. humming, banging, clicking, and she's spread out like she's crucified on the bed while she's being treated in that room, surrounded by armed police officers. Out in the hallway, guarding the hallway against what? Anyone could guess. Guarding the hallway, guarding the room, guarding the bed, standing there. She's handcuffed to the bed. She goes to South Shore Hospital. Government speculates that, again, you see how the government is able to create what they want for facts. That she is so cold.
Good morning, Caddy. This is
She said
a crazy trial.
voices.
Got a lot to say.
After I brought a psychologist, Dr. Zeisel, into that room to see her, I had to move heaven and earth. You'll hear evidence that they wouldn't even let her have visitors. She couldn't even see her family for over a week. The cops wouldn't let anybody near her. That room was an armed camp. I had to move heaven and earth and practically get a court order to be able to get in there and see her while she's laying in the bed. And they suggest, and will suggest, that she said, I heard voices, I heard command hallucinations telling me to kill the kids and then kill myself, after she talked to Paul Zeisel as if he was telling her what to say because I'm the lawyer and I brought him into that hospital. You're going to hear evidence that Paul Zeisel is one of the most respected psychologists. You're going to hear evidence that he was embedded with the military in Afghanistan for years. You're going to hear evidence that he works for the government when there's a shooting involving the FBI, the CIA, or any of those alphabet soup cops. He's involved out interviewing these people for post-traumatic stress. I knew that he was the man to talk to this young woman in the hospital. When I finally was able to get into that room, into that hospital, he was with me. He did not tell her command voices. He, as a human being, gave her a cell phone so she could call Patrick. But you know what? You're going to hear evidence from a woman who works at Brigham and Women's Hospital. Saw Lindsay as soon as she came out of the coma. She is a woman that works with the religious services in that hospital. And the first thing that Lindsay wanted to know is, where's my family? And then she told her about what happened and told her about the command voices. And this is well before she ever met me or Paul Zeisel. So you have to keep focused on the evidence because it's so easy to manipulate. There's no fake suicide. There was no plan to fake her sickness. This is a young woman that, with her husband, tried very hard to get the help she needed. She went and saw a doctor by the name of, oh, by the way, remember in the open, the government says she shopped around for doctors, I guess. She wanted to get doctors to, I don't know, give her drugs or something. You can hear evidence that she went online and she looked for someone that was into neonatal or post-baby delivery because she knew that she was in trouble. She couldn't sleep. She had insomnia. It wasn't just, you know, when you get up in the middle of the night because your phone's on. She couldn't sleep. She could only get 2 hours a night, 3 hours a night if she's lucky, as time went on. In September, she went to see Dr. Tufts. Jennifer Tufts is the name of the doctor. Jennifer Tufts then gave her a prescription for Zoloft, which is an antidepressant. It's one of those SSRIs. She didn't take the Zoloft for a couple of weeks because she was breastfeeding. She was afraid to have the baby have anything to do with drugs, but ultimately couldn't do it any longer, took the Zoloft and was spun out of control. Oh, because you can hear evidence because she was bipolar. You don't give a bipolar person Zoloft, but she got it. You're going to see what the effect was that it had on her as that week went on, as that month drove on, and she couldn't sleep, and she was unable to emote, had no emotions, had no feelings, was unable to really react to anything, but had to take care of the kids. And as the government says, well, she was able to talk to people. She was able to talk to neighbors. Sure, you're going to hear because they don't call them. We're going to call them. People that knew Lindsay as a mother. People that knew Lindsay Teachers of those kids will indicate what kind of a mother she was, as will neighbors, as will friends, as will people that saw her during that period of time. You're going to hear evidence from Patrick as to the effect that this sickness had on her. She was looking into it. You're going to see her Google searches. You're going to see her Google searches go on and on and on about how to take care of postpartum. What type of drugs? Can you become addicted to benzodiazepines? What about, is it possible to have a treatment, a ketamine treatment? What do I do as far as insomnia? What do I do about my thoughts to kill myself? Ways to kill. How do you kill? What do you do to kill? Government latches onto that. Oh my God, she's looking up ways to kill. Let's make that a basis of our prosecution on this case. This is not a righteous prosecution. They're looking for every single piece of evidence that they can to show some ridiculous concept that she wanted to kill her beautiful kids because she didn't want to be a mother anymore. This is a woman that was a nurse. She worked for one of the best hospitals in the country. She was in a labor delivery. You're going to hear from labor and delivery nurses that will tell you how dedicated she was. Cora was named after the very, very first baby that she delivered as a nurse in the hospital. That's where the name Cora came from. Cora was named after her first delivery. This is a woman who did nothing in her life but dedicated her life to helping people and be a good person and a good nurse and a great mother. And as time went on, looking like anyone else would, please help me. That's what it's all about. Give me help. And people consider, well, the government will say, God, she was able to talk to people. She wasn't drooling. She wasn't putting tin foil inside of a hat when she was going to the schools. No, she was able to talk to people. We actually have, we meaning the government, we have video of her and Patrick and the kids at the Museum of Science, and they were actually having a good time. We also have video that shows them down at Cape Cod, down the Cape, with the kids, and they're in bathing suits. I guess she was fine. She put on a pretty good face. So what does she do? She goes to see, September 12th of 22, she looked for a psychiatrist. That's when she hooks up, if you will. With
Did he
Dr.
just
Jennifer
toss that
Tufts.
down
Early
on the
October
floor?
22, initial appointment.
The other board?
October
What?
20th of 22, reports the adverse reaction that she was having to the selective serotonin reuptake inhibitor Zoloft. November 16th, she goes to the South Shore Hospital emergency room because she was so depressed and so maxed out from lack of sleep and so unable to emote. She couldn't laugh, she couldn't cry, she couldn't have any feelings. She was a robot. She went to South Shore Hospital. She was referred and engaged with South Shore Perinatal Behavioral Health. This was Patrick's mother. This is Patrick's mother, Mrs. Clancy, who's a nurse, well-respected nurse, wonderful woman. She works at the South Shore Hospital, labor and delivery as well. She knows Lindsay. And she told Lindsay, you gotta go to this outfit here, which was the South Shore Perinatal Behavioral Health. She didn't look them up because she wanted to get drugs. She was referred by her mother-in-law, who's a nurse. She went to see these people, November 21st of 22. When she was engaged at the South Shore Perinatal Behavioral Health, she's going on one drug to the next to the next. The drugs that she was prescribed, you see here, and you'll hear evidence that, first off, Jennifer Tufts, September 15th, 22, sertraline, that's the Zoloft. Then lorazepam, October 21st, Jennifer Tufts. Then hydroxyzine, Jennifer Tufts. Lorpazam, Jennifer Tufts. Buspirone, Jennifer Tufts. Lorazepam, increase, Jennifer Tufts. Buspirone, increase from 1 milligram to 5 milligrams, Jennifer Tufts. Trazodone from another individual. Fluoxetine, 10 milligrams from another person named Julie Paul. Julie Paul worked at the South Shore Hospital when she went there to go to try to get some help from South Shore Perinatal Behavioral Health. More medications. Spiraling, continuing on, down. Pat lived this, and he will testify to what they went through. At this point, at the end of November, around Thanksgiving, she's reporting disassociation and confusion. They put her on Remeron. This is around Thanksgiving. Things were so bad at this point that her mother and father came up from Connecticut and lived with them to take care of the kids, to help, because she was walking around absolutely a zombie. She would rock on the sofa, crying hysterically, banging her head into the pillow of the sofa. Patrick will tell you what he observed with her. She dealt with her parents. Her parents were there to try to help. Is this someone that's faking because she doesn't want to be a mother anymore? The parents were there. Mother and father, wonderful people. Mother's retired. Dad took pictures of high school kids for yearbooks. They did what they could. Coming into December, after Thanksgiving, and they went, by the way, during the holidays, down in Connecticut at one point to visit with the family. But December 4th, she calls a suicide hotline seeking help. December 5th, she's evaluated by what's known as the Aspire Crisis Team. You'll hear evidence about that. December 6th, the next day, they have an appointment with Nurse Gelada. Now, Nurse Gelada comes into this action because, again, not looking for more doctors. Paul retired or left or went to another job. So all of a sudden, Nurse Paul, who was treating her and prescribing meds, leaves. Here's Nurse Gelada. She's now going to be your person you deal with. That's all. She wasn't looking for some other doctors to get additional medication. She now is dealing with Gelada. They have an appointment with Nurse Gelada. And Pat goes with her because he was so upset and says to Gelada, you'll hear evidence, do you think possibly that she's over-medicated? Do you think somebody screwed up? And she says, it's possible. And then she puts her on more medication. She puts her on, okay, December of 2022, you're going to see that Nurse Gelada, who is now on this chart, is in blue. Nurse Gelada puts her on quietapine, 25 milligrams, November 30th. December 6th, diazepam, 5. December 7th, diazepam. December 7th, quietapine. December 9th, diazepam, 5. December 13th, diazepam. And then she goes back to Jennifer Tufts because they just couldn't handle dealing with Rebecca Gelada because she wanted to wean off the drugs. Gelada told her to stay the course. She ends up going through the December 19th, 21st, 22nd, dealing with quietapine, 300 milligrams of quietapine. Now, what happens is they then suggest that what she has to do is go to Mass General Hospital. She goes to Mass General Hospital. At Mass General, they say, well, you can do like a day program, or you can go to this fantastic program down in Rhode Island called Women and Infants Program. So she goes to the Women and Infants Program. She goes down for a day. She sits there in a group with other mothers and they talk. And they look at her medication and they say, you're going to see it in the medical records. We can't really help you as postpartum, and that's what they specialize in, because you've got medications that you're going to have to clear because the medications can be affecting you. She was there for a day, one day. They never said anything. You're not suffering from postpartum. Postpartum, every one of these doctors and nurses knew that she was suffering from postpartum. And now it's turning into psychosis. Now as she goes through the period of time, in January 5, Aliyah Goodhart from McLean Hospital puts on trazodone, 50 milligrams, lorazepam, 1 milligram, leaving the hospital. She goes to that hospital on New Year's Eve. She and Patrick decide this is it. The two of them get in their car. Family takes care of the kids. She goes to the hospital. Now it's locked wards. She goes into the hospital. She's there for 4 days. During that period of time that she's there, she's in group. She doesn't see a doctor but once. There's no discussion of medications until the very end. You'll see the medical records. You'll look at the medical records, you'll see that her daughter's birthday was coming up and she wanted to leave rather than the 5th on the 4th. This is not a discharge against medical advice. They cleared her. They said, yeah, fine, you're okay, good. Good luck, go home. She went home and she went to the birthday party. The government will have witnesses apparently to show that she was able to socialize, like, hi, how are you, at the trampoline where they had the birthday party for Cora. She's still living her nightmare. During this period of time, January 9th, back to Jennifer Tufts, puts her on diazepam. Jennifer Tufts kicks up the trazodone to 150 milligrams. January 13th, you've got Rebecca Gelada, puts her on diazepam. And by the way, when she was down at Rhode Island in the nurse and babies hospital, not a hospital, it was like a service, the people that were treating her for that one day reached out to Gelada to find out what's up with the medication, and Gelada never called them back. You're going to hear evidence, and it's in the medical records, that when she and Patrick called Gelada to say, I got to wean off this. She didn't want more drugs. She wanted off the drugs. Gelada says, stay the course. She's going on vacation. I'll see you in a week. Comes back in a week. You're going to see that now Jennifer Tufts puts her on the diazepam 2 milligrams on January 16th. Amitriptyline 10 milligrams, January 16th. Diazepam and diazepam between Tufts and Gelada. The last script is diazepam 2 milligrams, January 23rd. During that period of time, you can see that on December 20th and 22nd, she was evaluated at the Women's and Infants Partial Hospitalization Program in Rhode Island. December 30th, she returned to Mass General Hospital Emergency Room. December 31st, that's after Mass General told her to go to the hospital, you can go to McLean. New Year's Eve, December 20th of 22, they were admitted to McLean Hospital for psychiatric treatment. January 6th of 23 was post-discharge follow-up appointment with Dr. Tufts. January 10, 16, and 23, appointment Dr. Tufts, Dr. Tufts, Dr. Tufts. The day before the killings, Dr. Tufts. These are the medications that she was on, that she had filled, that she took, that she didn't take, and apparently, according to the opening statement by the government, was manipulating the doctors, not telling the doctors. She told them that she was suicidal. She told them that she had suicidal ideation, and in December, to his and her ever dying regret, told Patrick in the presence of her mother that she was having psychosis, thoughts of hurting the children. This is a woman that did not get the medication, did not get the medical treatment that she so deserved. This is a woman that was suffering from psychosis at the time that she went down to that basement. She had no motive. She loved her children. She intended to kill herself. She didn't fake that. Threw herself out the window. Goes to the hospital. You're going to see that when she's in the hospital, they said to her, you want to, what do you call it, a DNR? Do not resuscitate her with her. Absolutely did not want any DNR. Didn't want to be resuscitated, wanted to die. To this day wants to die. That's what we're dealing with on this prosecution. So you're going to hear from witnesses. It's going to be emotional. And thank you for your service. Thank you, Judge.
That was a roller coaster. Poll up, type 1 or state.
All right, members of the
2
jury,
or
we're going to take the
defense.
morning recess at this time. All right, I'm going to ask you to go out. Again, don't discuss the case. We'll be back here probably about 15, 20 minutes, and we'll begin with the Commonwealth's case. All right, so we'll be in recess at this time.
Court, all right. Jury, this way, please.
All right. Wow. So there's a poll up. So there's going to be about an hour break. There is a poll up. Day 1 opening statements. Are you in support of the type 1 or state? Or you can type 2 or defense. Oh, hold on one second.
For about 20 minutes. Thank you.
Oh, 20 minutes. All right. We'll go ahead and mute. Here, hold on. We'll go back to the. You can go ahead and see that as we discuss it, but I'll have the The audio on mute. I mean, obviously, it's day one opening statements, so it's very in the very initial stages of everything. I don't know if I really needed that roller coaster, Rosie, uh, with the defense. That was kind of wild. I don't know if it was a distraction because, since we just listened to the defense last, we'll go ahead and discuss that one first, and then we can discuss the state and their argument. I think it's pretty bare basics on what they're arguing, and I kind of agree with them. I mean, to kill is not to love, and to love it's not to kill. And so I do have a hard time trying to understand how somebody that loves their child can do that. But we'll go ahead and discuss what the defense was stating.
Yeah.
Medical records, a lot of medicine. Holy crap, a lot of medicine. Why is she? I didn't understand reaching out online. I know that people are busy, and that is a good way to get help, better than nothing. But if she was a dedicated nurse, I don't understand how she couldn't get the help that she really needed. Number
Yeah.
one.
Yes,
Go
I
ahead.
mean, no, I think that she would have recognized her symptoms, and I think that she would have gotten help. And I mean, in terms of all of the medication that she was on, that's why I kind of believe that maybe there was something like maybe some kind of depression or something, but I don't think that the crime was because of any of this postpartum stuff, just because of what the state said. And I think that was really well put, that it was really, really calculated and planned out.
Yeah, it was. Yeah, definitely. Now, I'm wondering if it's going to be, I don't know, can you plead insanity in Massachusetts? Because that's a lot of medication. I agree with Miriam. I can't believe they put her on so many meds at once, and then she's bipolar and stuff too. Again, that's not, look, if you do that, you should spend the rest of your life in prison, as far as I'm concerned. Just think of Casey Anthony, just think of Casey. And this right here, 3 children still had the bands around their necks, and the husband goes to find them. I mean, there's a voice told you that you had to do that before you could do you. I don't know. I just have a hard time with that. Lindsay Clancy's ex begs judge to limit evidence shown to public, so I hope they don't put I really don't. Like, there's no reason to see any of that. We know what happened. You know what I mean? We're listening to it. We're going to hear the medical experts and stuff like that. So hopefully the husband, gets his wish. Because, like, Gannon Stouch, the stuff that happened with him, prayers to him. Somebody came across his stuff and monetized a viewing of those photos and stuff, and that was just disgusting. So hopefully that don't happen again. But I don't think anybody was who's arguing that it was a fake suicide. Like, I didn't hear anybody argue that it was a fake, even in the opening statements for the state. Do you recall them saying anything about it being a fake suicide?
No, they didn't say that as far as I heard. But I mean, I guess what they're trying to do is just insinuate that it wasn't. I guess they're using the word fake to like kind of belittle the state's case, but what they mean was that she wasn't actually serious about it. But I mean, I don't know.
I don't know. I didn't understand why that was being argued, because I mean,
Yeah,
shoot, with what the injuries that happened to her, you saw the knife. She jumped and lunged out the window, landed on her head, broke her neck, ended up paralyzed. Um, spend your life in prison. I mean, that's what happens. I mean, we're going to have to go through this. You dropped some articles, Rosie, and thank you for dropping those articles about postpartum depression. We're going to go through them. It is early stages, but day one opening statements, I still have a hard time. Would I agree with? And again, if anybody can look this up, let us know, because I'm not familiar with Massachusetts law. But if you can plead insanity in Massachusetts, I would definitely go with insanity. Honestly, I mean, that's a lot of medication, man. And medication can do a lot of stuff to your brain,
yeah,
your thought process, and everything. And so if you have two doctors shopping medication, she was nervous at first to even take anything just because she was breastfeeding. And so I get it. Sometimes just talking to somebody isn't enough. I get that. um and so sometimes you do have to go to the medication route. But to be put on that much medication, I feel like there's some kind of negligence. I don't know. We have to go through, again, this is day one opening statements. We have to go through the medical examiners and the doctors and all that stuff, the testimonies and all those things. We got to hear it, you know. We need to hear like how much, what were the dangerous combinations of these cocktails, like we need to, because I really do. I don't know. It's initial stages
yeah,
again, but I really feel like insanity could be. If I was on a jury and we're further down the road and we hear these experts and we're talking about the stuff we're talking about now, and that's what it is, then I could see somebody, you know, being insane for that moment in time and doing some stuff like that. Evil exists.
yeah. And I mean, I understand that it's again coming back to the state saying, like how well it was planned. That's still what trips me up, just in terms of like how long was this insanity? Was it a moment? Was it like how much time was there that went into deciding that she was going to do this, and how much of that was influenced by potential insanity, or was it like she was just thinking about it and then she snapped at some point? It just doesn't seem like that to me. But like you say, in its early days, I don't know.
You don't, sorry, it cut out. You don't know what?
Well, it's like with the level of planning that she put into it. I don't know how much of that, like, I mean, obviously, I'm not a mental health professional, but like when you're suffering from insanity, are you like in and out of it, or is it that entire time? And like, how was it not picked up on? I feel like she would have.
Negligent doctors,
Yeah,
for real. They I got to be careful, because when I started talking about this last time, I got shut down.
oh,
I got to navigate this.
yeah,
Um, there's a lot of just writing down on a piece of paper a signature and tossing it over and not really paying attention. I'll just put it that way.
Okay.
There's a lot of that going on. And, you know, it kind of sounds like that. Let me switch to this real quick. Thank you, Caddy. This is from January 24th of 2023. Lindsay Clancy's husband files wrongful death lawsuit against her doctors. Patrick Clancy's suit alleges the negligent mental health treatment that Lindsay Clancy received resulted in the tragic deaths of their 3 children, 5-year-old Cora, 3-year-old Dawson, and 8-month-old Callan. On January 24, 2023. We'll go ahead and check out this 2-minute video real quick, actually. Oh no, hold on 1 second. I'm so sorry, it did it again. My apologies. My apologies. Thank you, Rosie. I can't believe everything else is working fine on StreamYard, just the audio's being buggy. Let me know if it's working.
A powerful new legal filing in the Duxbury tragedy.
Hopefully.
Patrick Clancy, the father who lost his children almost 3 years ago, to this day is now suing his wife's medical providers, accusing them of negligence that he says contributed to the killings.
NBC 10 Boston's Mary Marcos is live outside Norfolk Superior Court, where the lawsuit was filed. Mary, what does that lawsuit say?
Well, this 20-page lawsuit, it's a tough read. At one point, Lindsay Clancy tells her doctors she is worried something awful might happen. And Patrick Clancy says her medical team failed her at every turn. Patrick Clancy claims Lindsay would not have harmed or killed their 3 children if she got the help she asked for.
We all have known someone, loved someone who has experienced postpartum depression. It's incredibly common.
His lawsuit says Lindsay's mental health spiraled in the months leading up to the tragedy. Panic, suicidal thoughts, and severe insomnia, sleeping only 3 hours a night while she cycled through 10 different medications.
It is interesting that this is coming out now after she was in court just last week with a criminal trial date scheduled.
Clancy's own mother, a nurse at South Shore Hospital, asked her coworker to step in by November of 2022.
Which would indicate to me that she thought her daughter was in a great deal of distress.
A month later, Lindsay checked into Women and Infants Hospital, where staff warned she may be over-medicated and misdiagnosed. But the suit says South Shore Hospital's nurse practitioner never responded.
Fact is, she was looking for help. She knew she was in trouble.
Less than 2 weeks later, Lindsay checked herself in again, this time at McLean Hospital. The day after she was discharged, her Astor mental health psychiatrist saw her for just 17 minutes.
This
Wow.
could result in a significant monetary judgment against the defendants if the allegations can be proven.
Lindsay told that same psychiatrist she felt anxious and wasn't sleeping the day before a male voice in her head commanded her to kill her children. Then she attempted suicide, leaving her paralyzed. South Shore Hospital said in a statement they do not comment on ongoing litigation. Astor Mental Health didn't respond to us. Lindsay is pleading not guilty. Her trial is set to begin in July. Live in Dedham, Mary Marcos, NBC 10 Boston.
Wow. Wow. I mean, I'm just saying, Massachusetts, you can plead insanity. It definitely, it's like I was saying a few minutes ago, like that shit exists, the negligence with this medication. And yeah, she went and talked 17 minutes. That's it. 17 minutes. What pleading not guilty according to 10 Boston, but in Massachusetts, I guess it's called lack of criminal responsibility. To use this defense, the defense team must show that a mental disease or defect caused a lack of capacity to understand the wrongfulness of the act or confirmed behavior. And it's, I mean, this is what I do have to say. I agree with the prosecution, and I agree with the defense. I think both took place. Yes, she did commit that act. Yes, she did make that choice to do it. I also believe she was not in the right state of mind, which allowed her to go through with those things.
Yeah, this video kind of does change things a little bit. I didn't know that he had filed that, which is, I mean, it's interesting. I guess as the trial progresses, we'll be able to figure out more.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I'll share this too. Let me see here. Thank you again, Caddy. This is the civil suit. So the PDF of the civil suit. I mean, to me, it sounds like I mean, I don't know if it's going to last 6 to 8 weeks like they're saying or like they're projecting. I don't think it's going to take that long, even with the experts. Because I think it pretty much, I mean, I don't know. Are they going to, this is what I'm wondering is, are these, doctor's going to get in trouble as part of this. They're going to be up there testifying.
Yeah. I mean, I guess it's going to come down to, like a battle of the experts where they're going to argue over whether her signs and symptoms are indicative of what they're saying or not. And they'll have an expert on each side saying something completely different like they usually do. It'll come down to those facts.
I don't think they're gonna. I honestly think. I mean, it's like I'm saying. I agree with the prosecution and I agree with the defense. Like both things took place to me. Like everything the prosecution was saying, I'm down. And with the defense, I didn't need the roller coaster. I really didn't. To me, it was like, are you trying to distract me from what really took place, bro? I already kind of had an idea that there was malpractice with the medicine. You listen to just some of the basics of what went down, but nobody was arguing it was a fake suicide. Of course, the kids' rooms are going to look like the kids' rooms. Of course. Did she try to get help? To me, it sounds like it. We're going to see as the trial goes more, how much help she really did try to reach, but she did, and just like we heard, 17 minutes right before was the only time that she was allotted to talk to somebody, especially after some traumatic stuff that's going on. Like she really needed to talk to somebody, and you could only give them 17 minutes. It just seems wrong. Because when you're going to go talk to somebody, usually the appointments are a half an hour, 15 minutes. That's not an appointment. That's just hey, how you doing? How was your week? How's things been going the last couple weeks? And then you don't even get to get into anything to repair anything. It's not even an appointment. And so it makes me wonder, why only 17 minutes? What happened? Was the doctor late? Like, was the counselor late? Like, what happened? Why was there only 17 minutes, especially right before? And I understand, the husband, and the husband would know more than anybody. He's living with her. He had to have seen what she was going through too, and he was. I assume he was probably trying to do everything he could to help. What's up, Jennifer? So I feel like really that we're gonna hear this stuff come out, and I really feel like these doctors are gonna be one of the. Did they do anything to the children? No, but there are multiple people involved in this with these children passing away, and there's multiple. Just like when you get into like a car accident, there's things that have to take place. There's a triggering of events that have to take place. And this is one of those situations, in my opinion. There's events that all together created this tragedy. So if I'm on the jury right now and I'm sitting here and these were the facts after the trial's done and I'm supposed to make that decision, I would say insanity. That's just me, but we'll see. I don't know.
Yeah, we will.
Now, I don't know much about postpartum depression. I think we're about at the 20-minute break here, so it should be coming back to the trial any moment.
Okay. Yeah, I don't know a lot about it either. I just skimmed the symptoms from some of those articles that I sent. And it does mention a lot of the risk factors that came up in this case.
Like what? The voices and stuff, or
Yeah. So I saw hallucinations on the list, and then obviously depression is part of the psychosis symptoms. So it does fit in with what they were saying. And they also said in one of the articles, I'll check which one, that there's obviously a higher chance of patients harming themselves or others.
well, the I don't. I mean, I don't. Who that would be for the defense now. That would be something that I'm sure they're going to show. I mean, and I hope they do because when it comes to the medical records, um, that's going to be part of their argument. Now, with the medical records, that it has to be shown. We just saw the defense have that nice list of all the medications and the dates and who prescribed it, and now hopefully I'm going to try and get some photos later on tonight of different things that were shown in the court, so that way we could show them on the screen again. But it was a list, down to the, like an Excel spreadsheet of everything. And so I'm sure the medical records, I mean, this is what I want to, like, when it comes to all these medications, was everything followed properly? And what it sounds like, especially with the husband's civil suit, is that it wasn't. There probably were medications that weren't supposed to be taken together. There probably were medications that amounts or dosages were changed or altered quicker than maybe what they should have been. We're good. If we have time, they just moved the camera a second ago, so we got the live shot behind us on the theater screen here. So whenever they do come back, we'll jump to it. But when we hear these testimonies, that's what's gonna, because to me, like, again, if I'm sitting in the jury seat and I'm just watching this stuff right here and I'm listening and I'm taking it in, to me it sounds insanity and negligence of doctors. But of course we got to hear the testimonies. But I think the testimonies are going to break everything down and really explain it all. I mean, the postpartum depression, and like you said, hearing voices, and then you mix it with medication that's being fooled around with. That's a dangerous cocktail, man. And then the defense mentions bipolar too. You don't put a bipolar on certain medications either, which would send somebody, it sounds to me like the doctors were lazy. I don't know. We have to wait and see.
Yeah,
See.
we
But
do.
we can go through that civil suit sometime. Either I don't know. Let me see here. They said they were going to be taking a break between 1 and 2, and it's only 11:30. So they're going to be going from 11 to 1. It's 11:35 local time for them right now. So they're a little bit past what they said earlier. The break was supposed to be between 1 and 2, and then they were going to go from 2 to 3, possibly 4. So at some point, we'll be able to go through the docs and check out that civil suit, and maybe we can get a little more understanding of the situation and what's going on. Thank you all for being here, and please hit the like and subscribe if you're not. Jen says, the meds list is crazy. I noticed they changed them too fast without giving the meds proper time to work. Yeah, that's what it sounds like. And that's, unfortunately, that's a lot of the stuff that goes on with people's health and what they're prescribed and all that other stuff, Too many meds at once, I agree, and switching them too quickly too, not at all. Nah, that's a toxic cocktail, and you're trusting these medical professionals. You're trusting them that they're giving you the right advice. You're trusting them that they know how to maneuver. That's why I mean, this is just me personally, but I try and stay away from anything for real, because you just never know.
Yeah.
Have I taken medication a long time ago, like 15 years ago? Yeah. But did it work for me? It didn't work for me. Not to say it ain't for you, but for me, I was like, nah, I'll just try and navigate this.
Yeah, and
Go
I
ahead,
guess
Rosie.
also I guess not everybody reacts the same way. So, in a sense, it does become kind of experimental with the way they're kind of trying this and this, and then a little bit of that, and I
Well, that's
guess
what trials are supposed to be for.
yeah,
I mean, they get the doctors get the information. They're the ones that are supposed to follow the instructions, Like there's trials that took place, and that's how they come up with what they advise when it comes to the stuff, and you're supposed to stick to it.
yeah. And I think also sometimes they blame the patient. They'll assume that the patient's not taking it or not taking it properly because they're just kind of insisting that it has to work in a particular way, but not everybody's chemistry is going to be exactly the same. And I do think that they generalize how people are going to react. I really do.
Too careless.
Yeah.
There's a lot of us out there, and you don't even have to type in chat, but I already know there's a lot of us out there that either have experience or have a loved one or a friend or an acquaintance, somebody that has gone through this medication roller coaster with certain medical professionals. It's too common. And I hate to hear it. Let me see here. Is there anything? Do you know? We got those 3 docs, or those 3 links that you sent about postpartum depression, psychosis, and all that. Is there something quick that we can kind of talk about a little more on that?
Yes.
In case just in case they do jump in and we go right to it. I'm a little more curious about that. They hear voices or can hear voices.
Yeah, let me quickly get to exactly which link it is.
Even what Jennifer brings up, even about hallucinations and stuff. She says the question I have is why they didn't take the audio command hallucinations more seriously. That's usually a big red flag that something is yeah, right? Somebody's like, I hear a voice. Oh, it's okay, honey. It's just the medicine. What?
Yeah.
Talk to me next week. I gotta go. 17 minutes,
Sorry,
We'll
give me
go.
1 sec. I'm
You're
getting to the
fine.
to the right
You're
part.
fine. We'll go through that civil suit when there's that break between quote 1 and 2. Thank you all for being here during this live trial stream. Also on the vertical.
Okay. So with those links that I sent, it's the first one. And then if you scroll like a very little bit, it takes you straight to symptoms of postpartum psychosis. And that's really interesting because they've got it concise there and they've got a list. That
Yeah,
way,
if you could just tell us, that way I
yes.
got the court in the background and we can go right to it whenever they do come back.
Okay. So, and I'll post the link for this article as after I've gone through this list, just so that people know where it is. But it says symptoms of postpartum psychosis. Symptoms usually start suddenly within the first 2 weeks after giving birth, often within hours or days of giving birth. More rarely, they can develop several weeks after the baby is born. So, as far as I understand, her baby was 8 months, but I've seen in other articles that it says up to a year. So, just wanted to mention that.
That's
And then
interesting.
yeah, and then it says symptoms can include hallucinations, hearing, seeing, smelling, or feeling things that are not there, delusions, suspicions, fears, thoughts or beliefs that are unlikely to be true, mania, feeling very high or overactive, for example, talking and thinking too much or too quickly, restlessness or losing normal inhibitions, a low mood, showing signs of depression, being withdrawn or tearful, lacking energy, having a loss of appetite, anxiety, agitation, or trouble sleeping. And we did hear in that video with the civil suit that she was not sleeping much. And then sometimes a mixture of both manic moods and a low mood, or rapidly changing moods. And then the last symptom that they have there is feeling very confused.
Well, that all sounds
Yeah.
like what her team was arguing.
Yeah.
And
And
who
that-
jumps out a window and dives head first?
Right. Yeah. In the same article, they talk about treatments, and there's a couple of treatments. They mention medication, therapy, but under medication, it says you may be prescribed one or more of the following: antipsychotics to help with manic and psychotic symptoms such as delusion or hallucination, mood stabilizers, or antidepressants. So I don't know like exactly what she was on or what combination, but it's not the only treatment that they mention because this article talks about therapy as well. So I think that's kind of indicative of what you were saying as well, is that I think they were getting very experimental with it. And like Jennifer was saying, they weren't necessarily giving different things time to work. I think they were just kind of throwing it all in there to see what happens, which is terrifying.
Yeah, it is terrifying. Because that stuff, you're introducing chemicals that your body normally isn't producing, and it's going to affect your brain. She was tearing up during the opening statements. I'm not saying she shouldn't be held responsible because she's the one that tightened the bans. And I'm not saying she didn't. Oh, we're back.
Counsel, we ready for the jury?
Yes, Your Honor.
Please hit the like and subscribe. Let me know if the audio's messing up again, please.
Court, all rise. Jurors enter. This court's now in session. Please be seated.
Your Honor, for the purpose of the record, we return back to the trial of Commonwealth versus Lindsay Clancy. All parties are present, including the defendant.
All right. Well, members of the jury, thank you for your patience with us. We're now going to begin the presentation of evidence. Commonwealth, can you call your first witness, please?
Thank you, Your Honor. Commonwealth calls Patrick Clancy.
Good morning, sir. Can you stop right here? Raise your right hand to the clerk.
Good morning. Do you solemnly swear that the testimony in the evidence you shall give to the court and in the jury, no matter what now pending before the Commonwealth will shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. Thank you. You may have a seat, sir.
All right. Good morning, sir. I'm going to ask you to speak into that microphone. You can be seated if you'd like, if you're more comfortable. Okay. All right. Commonwealth, please.
Your Honor. Good morning. Can you please state and spell your name for the record?
Yeah, my name's Patrick Clancy. It's PATRICKCLANCY.
And what is your date of birth?
June 15th, 1988.
What city do you live in now?
New York.
And what do you do for a living?
I work in tech.
How long have you worked in tech?
14 years.
And were you previously married to a person named Lindsay Clancy?
Yes,
And you're divorced now, is that correct?
correct.
Do you see that person in the courtroom today?
Yes.
Could you point to them and describe something they're wearing?
It's not necessary.
She's wearing a pink shirt.
Record will reflect the identification of the defendant.
Thank you. Where did you meet the defendant?
In South Boston.
And when was that?
I think it was May 2013.
And how did you meet her?
Through my cousin.
And would it be accurate to state that your cousin had been college roommates of the defendant?
Yes.
And at some point in time, did you start dating?
Yes.
And around what time was that?
July 2013.
Did you eventually move in together?
Yes.
Do you remember when that was?
September 2015.
And where did you live?
In Quincy.
How long did you live in Quincy?
1 year.
And where did you go after that?
We bought a house in Weymouth.
And how long did you live in Weymouth?
2 years.
Did you eventually get married?
Yes.
And when was that?
December 2016.
And was that while you were living in Weymouth?
Yes.
Did you have your first child when you were living in Weymouth?
Yes.
And what was her name?
Cora.
And what was her date of birth?
December 24th, 2017.
Prior to getting married, did the defendant ever tell you she had taken psychiatric medication while in nursing school?
Not that I recall.
After having Cora, did the three of you move somewhere else?
Yeah, we moved to Duxbury.
And what was your address in Duxbury?
47 Summer Street.
And do you recall when you moved there?
I believe it was July 2018.
And where were you working at that time?
I was working for a startup called Automation Anywhere.
At some point in time, did you start working for Microsoft?
Yes.
And when was that?
May 2020.
And when you worked for Microsoft, did you go to an office or did you work from home?
I work from home.
And was that from 2020 onward that you worked from home?
No, I started working from home in 2018.
2018, okay. So from 2018 up until, let's say, 2023, you were working from home, is that correct?
Yes.
And did you have an office in your home which you worked out of?
Eventually, yeah.
And where was that located?
In the basement.
And was that a finished basement?
Yes.
Going back to after Cora was born, do you recall the defendant having any physical issues after the birth?
Yeah.
And what were those?
I think there was a lot of tearing, and she bled a lot.
Did it take her a while to recover physically?
I would say so, yeah.
Did she have maternity leave at that time?
Yes.
Where was she working?
Mass General Hospital.
And what was she doing there?
She's a labor and delivery nurse.
At that point in time, when she had Cora in 2017, how long had she been a nurse?
3 years, maybe.
And do you recall how long her maternity leave was with Cora?
That was the shortest of the 3. I want to say it was 10 or 11 weeks.
And did you have paternity leave at that time?
Yeah, I had 2 weeks.
2 weeks, okay. When you went back after the 2 weeks back to work in the home, were there any issues that you noticed the defendant having?
Yeah, I'm sorry. I just want to correct an earlier statement. I was working for Pegasystems when Cora was born.
Okay. And then eventually you worked for Microsoft?
Yeah.
Okay. And so after the 2 weeks of your paternity leave, the defendant was still on maternity leave, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And did she have to take any psychiatric medications at that time?
Not that I know of. She had a lot of anxiety, but
Okay. So you're saying that she had some anxiety at that time. Is that correct?
yeah.
How did that manifest, or how did you know that?
She just really struggled with the date of going back to work.
So immediately after having Cora, as she healed physically, what was her mood like when you're both on leave?
It was great. It was good.
Good. Okay.
I mean, relatively, yeah.
And so did the anxiety start as it became closer in time to when she had to go back to work?
Yes.
How many shifts was she working at that time?
Before Cora was born, she was working at least 40 hours, maybe more. After she went back to work, it was, I think, initially just one.
One shift?
Yeah.
And was that a 12-hour shift?
It was per diem.
Per diem.
And then she eventually did 2 shifts.
Okay.
I think it was 20 weeks.
After 20 weeks, she moved to 2 shifts?
I'm sorry, it was 20 hours a week.
20 hours a week, okay. And so from the time she worked her way back up to 20 hours a week at work until she had your next child, did it remain that 20 hours per week that she worked?
Pretty much, yeah.
And did you have any assistance in the home during that time after she went back to work? A nanny or a babysitter?
Yeah, we had babysitters. We had a babysitter who came probably 12 hours a week.
And did that typically happen after your wife had a shift, that the nanny or the babysitter would be there?
Yeah, so she could sleep.
Did the defendant work overnights?
Yeah.
And how long did you have that nanny or babysitter for?
Several years.
Do you remember her name?
We called her Miss Jen.
Miss Jen? Do you remember her last name?
Shanahan.
And then you had a second child, is that correct?
Yes.
And what was their name?
Dawson.
And what was Dawson's date of birth?
September 30th, 2019.
And was Miss Jen still helping out in the home at that time?
Yeah.
And what was Dawson's delivery like?
Pretty traumatic.
How so?
He was in I think a breech position. So he came out in I guess I don't know much about it, but not an ideal way, and it caused just significant bruising and tearing.
So again, did the defendant with this second pregnancy have some pain and difficulty physically healing from the birth?
Yeah, much more so than Cora.
Okay. And was she on maternity leave at that time?
Yes.
How many weeks leave did she have at that time?
I don't recall, but I think it was more than the traditional 12. I want to say it was 13 or 14, maybe more.
Page 13. If I may approach.
You may.
You don't have to keep telling me the pages, that's okay.
I could have you look at page 13 and just read yourselves lines 6 through 10, and then just look up when you're finished. Thank you. Does that refresh your memory as to how much maternity leave the defendant had after Dawson's birth?
Yeah,
And what was it?
18.
18 weeks?
Mhm.
Is that correct?
I believe so.
And, after dealing with the physical pain of birth and starting to heal, how was her demeanor and experience during that maternity leave?
I think it was fine at first. It was always when she had to go back to work, that's when she struggled. So,
Okay. So that was a pattern that you saw after
Yeah.
the baby. Maternity leave was good, and then she'd struggle going back to work?
she just had a really hard time being separated from them.
What was the plan for how many shifts she would work or how many hours she would work after Dawson was born?
I believe it was the same thing.
And in terms of Ms. Shanahan, the babysitter, you had mentioned before that she was there about 12 hours a week. Did that stay consistent after Dawson's birth, or was it more or less?
Probably consistent.
After Dawson's birth, did the defendant ever tell you whether she was on any psychiatric medication after Dawson's birth?
No.
Did she seek treatment or tell you she sought treatment after Dawson's birth?
Yeah, she got a therapist for a short period of time, but it didn't last very long.
Did she tell you that at the time or later?
At the time.
Okay. And did she have any psychiatric hospitalizations or commitments at that time?
No.
What about after Cora's birth? Any psychiatric hospitalizations or treatments?
No.
Was there a time after Dawson's birth where she wanted to declutter your garage?
Maybe at some point.
Okay.
Yeah.
And did you assist her with that?
Yeah.
And how was that done?
We had a lot of stuff to throw away, and I think we sold some stuff on Facebook Marketplace. We just had a lot of stuff.
So did the two of you go through the items in the garage and organize it into what you would keep, what you would throw away, and what you would sell?
Yes.
Okay. And so it was very organized?
I would say so, yeah.
And you finished the project, is that correct?
It was always ongoing.
Now, eventually you had your third child, correct?
Yeah.
And what was their name?
Callan.
And what was his date of birth?
May 26th, 2022.
Can you describe that delivery for us?
It was great. From what I could tell, it was relatively quick. It was during the day. We were both smiling after, and I don't think there was as much physical trauma.
Nothing compared to what happened with Cora or Dawson, is that correct?
Correct.
Did the defendant have maternity leave after Callan's birth?
Yeah.
And how long was that leave?
She never went back.
How long was it planned for initially?
I want to say 18 weeks.
Okay. And were you on paternity leave as well?
Yes.
And how long was your paternity leave?
12 weeks.
So with Callan being born on May 26, 2022, the two of you were home with the children that summer on leave, is that correct?
Yeah.
What was family life like during that time period, those summer months?
It was great. We had a lot of time off. I was able to spend a lot of time with, I spent a lot of time with Cora and Dawson. So I would take them around the playgrounds and birthday parties and stuff like that.
And what would Lindsay be doing while you were with Cora and Dawson?
Sometimes she'd come with us with Callan, but oftentimes we did kind of like a divide and conquer. So she'd be home with Callan and I'd be out with the older kids.
And what types of family activities did you all do during those summer months?
We went on a couple vacations. We went to the beach. We went out on our boat and went to friends' houses.
During those months when you're going to the beach and out on the boat and visiting with friends, were there any signs of anxiety in the defendant during those months?
I would say starting in September, yes, but in the previous months, not so much.
When had she been scheduled to go back to work?
I don't remember the exact date, but I think it was October.
Okay. So again, it was that pattern of as it became closer in time to go back to work,
yeah,
she started to struggle?
Yeah.
During the times when she would get anxious, when it was time to go back to work and she would start being anxious, did you ever have any difficulty understanding her when she spoke?
No.
And did she ever exhibit any behavior that made you concerned enough to call a doctor or want to commit her?
No.
When she was showing this anxiety, what were you seeing in her behavior?
Just a lot of stress. There were days where she had all 3 kids and, there's different nap schedules and different needs. So it was just really stressful.
Okay. And you're still working in the basement office at this point after Callan's born, correct?
I went back to work late August.
Okay. And when you work downstairs, how often would you come upstairs during the day?
All the time, for lunch or just to say hi.
Were there times when Lindsay would ask you to hold the baby in the office while she was doing something?
So, yeah.
Okay. And were there times when you would watch one or more of the children while she took another to a doctor's appointment or to an errand or something like that?
Yeah, if it worked out with the schedule, yeah.
Okay. What was the plan in terms of how many shifts or hours she was going to work after Callan?
I believe the plan was 2 shifts per week, but there was a lot of flexibility. She could have done really anything.
Do you recall saying previously that you were going to start off with 1 shift and hopefully move to 2?
I could imagine, yeah.
Okay. And you said there was some options, correct? What were those options if that didn't work out?
Well, I always put money aside in basically our own maternity account, just so that if she needed more flexibility, we planned for that. So
if she needed more time off, more than what her work would provide for her, you were financially secure enough to afford that at that time? During this time, in the fall of 2022, were Cora and Dawson attending preschool?
Yes.
And where was that?
Learning Sprouts.
And where is Learning Sprouts located?
Duxbury.
How often were they attending Learning Sprouts?
Full days Monday, Wednesday, Friday, and a half day on Thursday.
And what was a full day? What hours?
I think it was 9 to 4.
9 a.m. to 4 p.m.?
I think so, yeah.
And what was a half day?
9 to 12:30. I think they might have had some days where they started early. I can't remember.
Okay. But basically all day, working hours all day, Monday, Wednesday, Friday, and then the mornings on Thursday. Is that right?
Right.
And who would do drop-offs for school?
We both would.
And what about pickups?
Both of us.
Together or take turns?
Usually we would take turns.
Now, at some point in time after Callan was born, did you hire a nanny?
Yes.
And when was that?
I think it was in August or September.
Of 2022?
Yeah.
And who was that nanny?
Lainey. I don't remember her last name.
Does Elaine Rossi sound familiar?
Yeah.
And do you recall how many days per week Elaine was going to work when you hired her?
I think it was 12 hours.
But it wouldn't be 12 hours altogether. It would be spread out over the week. Is that right?
Correct.
And who was she hired to take care of?
Everyone. But mainly it was going to be Callan.
Because Cora and Dawson would be at school?
For the most part, yeah.
And what was the plan for when Elaine would work? Was it that same type of after Lindsay worked shifts or something different?
Yeah, the goal was after Lindsay would work. I mean, she never went back to work, but I think we wanted to get her just like oriented with our house and the kids. So we had her start before, and then she was amazing. She was an amazing caregiver, but eventually we decided to let her go because Lindsay was home anyways.
So when you initially hired her in August or September, you said Lindsay was going back to work in October. So is that what you're talking about, that give her that month or so, give Elaine that month or so to get situated and acclimated to the house?
Yeah.
Okay. Have the kids get used to her. Is that right?
Yeah.
Did she also, Elaine, did she also do some cleaning, laundry, and food prep?
Yeah. Yeah, she was amazing.
Now, during this time frame, and again in the end of summer, fall period of 2022, what types of activities were Cora and Dawson doing?
Gymnastics. Are you talking about organized activities or just in general?
Organized.
I only remember gymnastics.
Did they both do the gymnastics?
Yeah.
And then were they also participating, maybe not in organized situations, but in swimming, soccer, skiing, things like that?
Yeah, they were doing swimming. And yeah, Cora and Dawson did skiing. Yeah, Cora started doing soccer. She didn't really like it, but did a little bit.
And who took them skiing?
I did.
And as in terms of the swimming, where would you do that?
We did it at Goldfish in Rockland, I think. And then Lindsay took them somewhere in, I think, Plymouth. I don't remember where it was.
So you would each take them swimming at various times?
Yeah.
Okay. Did you also do some swimming at the Kingsbury Club?
Yes.
And what is the Kingsbury Club?
It's like a gym with a pool. And they had childcare, so sometimes they would hang out in the kids' room and we would go work out.
And is that in Duxbury?
It's on the Kingston-Duxbury line. I'm not entirely sure, but yeah.
Okay. And so you could drop the kids off at the daycare portion and go work out or swim or something like that?
Yeah, or we could go with them and go swimming.
Okay. Did Lindsay work out?
Yes.
She was very health conscious?
I think so.
And were you aware that she had been an athlete in both high school and college?
Yes.
Do you recall what she did?
Competitive cheerleading.
Now, when you were together, what type of exercise would she do, or did she prefer?
She did a lot of running. She did the Peloton, and she did, there was like some program called Beachbody, I think.
Do you recall when she started Beachbody?
Maybe in the spring of 2022. I'm not sure.
So right before having Callan, would that be accurate?
Probably, yeah.
When you returned to work, and you said that was in August, correct?
Yes.
What was the defendant's demeanor when you returned to work?
Increased anxiety and definitely, stressed out.
Do you recall describing her as slightly stressed but in good spirits?
Yeah.
And when she was stressed out, when she was showing some anxiety, how did that manifest?
I don't really know how to describe it. I guess it's just any way you can tell that somebody's stressed out. And I don't know, she would say, I'm not looking forward to going back to work. I remember once she said it's just so unnatural to be separated from your newborn, stuff like that.
So she didn't want to go back to work? Is that what you're saying?
I think she did. It was just a really difficult transition for her.
And do you recall attending a wedding on September 17th, 2022?
Yeah.
And where was that wedding?
New Hampshire.
Was it just you and Lindsay that went, or did the whole family go?
We brought Kellen.
And when you were at that wedding, do you recall having a conversation with Lindsay about medication?
Yes.
What did she say to you?
We were walking downtown and she said, I think I'm going to start taking Zoloft.
And did she tell you why she wanted to start taking Zoloft?
She said, I think it's really going to help with my anxiety and with going back to work.
And did she tell you how she was going to go about getting Zoloft?
Yeah, I asked her, how are you going to get Zoloft? It's a prescription. And she said, usually just ask the doctor and they'll give it to you.
And did she tell you that she was going to see a psychiatrist?
Yeah, I believe so.
And when she did that, did she tell you who she was going to see?
No.
Did you eventually learn the name of the person who she went to see?
Months later, yeah.
Okay. And who was that?
Jennifer Tufts.
Okay. And did Lindsay tell you when she started seeing Dr. Jennifer Tufts?
No.
Did you learn, or strike that, did Lindsay tell you when she received the medication and when she started it?
No. I should correct that. It's not exactly.
Well, let me just ask a question first.
Sure.
Did you have a conversation with Lindsay about the medication she was on?
Eventually, yeah, but I didn't know the start date.
Okay. And so when did this conversation take place, this eventual conversation?
Probably the end of October.
Okay. And at that point, what did Lindsay tell you about the medication and how she was taking it?
I don't remember exactly, but I learned that she was taking the Zoloft, and I don't remember really too much about it after that. She was just taking it and, we were seeing how it went.
And did you notice any changes in her physically during that time frame that she was on it and you weren't aware she was on it?
At the time, no, I don't think I did.
And did you notice any changes in her emotionally during that time when she was on it, but you weren't aware she was on it?
Yeah, she wasn't really improving. She just kind of seemed to be gradually becoming more in like a depressed state.
And how was that manifesting? What were you noticing?
It was just small things. I was planning a trip with Cora to San Francisco, and she was nervous about us going. And I remember we went to a Halloween event, and just leading up to it, I remember it just kind of seemed like she didn't want to go for some reason.
Okay. Now, do you recall learning that she had actually obtained the prescription the day before she told you she was going to ask for the prescription?
I did later learn that, yeah.
Okay. So she's telling you at the wedding that she is going to ask to take this medication and going to see a psychiatrist to get on that medication, but she actually already had the prescription. Is that correct?
Correct. I don't think she started taking it yet, but she already had it.
Okay. And did Lindsay tell you how long she took the medication for?
She may have. I don't remember the exact time frame. I just remember she took it for a period of time and then her sleep started to suffer, so she stopped taking it.
And did she tell you whether or not she spoke to her provider, her doctor, about the troubles she was having?
I believe so, yeah.
Okay. And did Lindsay tell you that she was advised to double the dose of the Zoloft?
She may have. I don't remember.
Page 31. You could look at lines 20 to 22, and then just look up when you're
Sure.
finished.
Okay, yeah, apparently she did.
Did that refresh your memory?
Yeah.
And so did Lindsay tell you that she was supposed to double the dose?
I guess she did, yeah.
Did you notice any changes in her sleep during that time when she was on the medication, but you weren't aware she was on it?
Eventually, yeah.
When was that?
I don't remember the exact dates. But she just, one night she said, do you mind? She started by saying, I'm not mad or anything, but do you mind sleeping in the basement? And letting me just sleep in our room with Callan. And then you can take the monitors down in the basement. And if Cora and Dawson get up, you can get up with them. She said, I've just been having a lot of trouble sleeping. And I'm hoping that if there's less in and out, then there'll be less disruption.
Okay. Had you noticed prior to her telling you this that she was up a lot or having trouble sleeping, like physically seeing her awake?
No, not that I recall.
And did you in fact start sleeping in the basement for a period of time?
I think I did it for 2 nights, and then she actually went down in the basement.
Okay, so then you went back up to your bedroom to sleep, is that correct?
Yeah.
And how long did Lindsay sleep in the basement for after that?
Maybe a couple weeks.
And so during that time frame, was she telling you that she was still having trouble sleeping?
Yes.
But you weren't actually down there watching her sleep. You're getting this information from her, correct?
Correct.
Were you aware that out of the Zoloft prescription she was given, she only took 7 pills?
No.
After you had the conversation with Lindsay where she said she was going to double the dose of Zoloft, did you notice any difference in her demeanor or behavior?
I would say yes. I don't know if I connected it with the doubling of her Zoloft, but over that period of time, she just kept getting worse and worse.
And what period of time was that? What month are we in?
Mid-October to the end of December.
Okay. So she got the prescription in September, started taking it in October, took 7 pills, but was having difficulty in December. Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
From this medication?
Yep. Well, I don't know which medication it's from, but yeah.
Okay. At some point in time, did Lindsay switch providers?
Yes.
And why did she do that?
Because whatever she was doing with Jennifer Tufts, it wasn't working. She was only getting worse. And she thought that it would be better if she worked with, I guess, more of a perinatal psychiatrist.
And did she get a referral or a recommendation of where to go?
I think so, yeah.
Do you know who gave her that recommendation?
It might have been my mother.
And your mother's a nurse at South Shore Hospital, correct?
Yeah.
Does she also do labor and delivery work?
Yes.
And so, do you know which provider or which office she recommended?
Yeah, her name is Julie Paul.
And was she at the South Shore Perinatal Clinic?
Something like that, yeah.
Okay. And do you know when that was?
I don't know the dates on that.
Do you recall saying previously that it was towards the end of November?
Yeah, that sounds accurate, yeah.
Okay. And you said she initially saw someone named Julie Paul, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. And do you know how long she saw Julie Paul at that facility?
I think it was only 4 or 5 days.
And were you aware that Julie Paul left that office?
Yes.
And do you know who Lindsay saw after Julie Paul?
Rebecca Gelata.
And was Rebecca Gelata a nurse practitioner?
Yes.
Were you aware that she also saw a licensed social worker therapist named Letitia Dukes while she was at the South Shore Perinatal Clinic?
I don't recall Letitia Dukes, but it's possible.
So Lindsay never told you that she had therapy sessions with a person named Letitia Dukes during that time frame?
I don't remember any therapy sessions now.
Okay. After switching to Julie Paul and then Rebecca Gelata, did Lindsay start coming home with different prescription bottles?
Yes.
Okay. And were some of these medications that she came home with, were some of them during the time she was with Dr. Tufts?
I think some of them were, yeah.
And some of them were while she was with Julie Paul, is that correct?
Correct.
And then some while she was with nurse practitioner Gelata, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And would it be accurate to state that you provided the district attorney's office with a printout from CVS Pharmacy of all the prescriptions that were filled for Lindsay from September through January, September 2022 through January of 2023?
Yes.
Any objection?
No, of course not.
Sure, yeah. In members of the jury, one of the things I forgot to tell you is anything that's entered as an exhibit, you'll have with you in the deliberating room when you're deliberating. So you'll have a chance to go over that as well. So you'll have anything that's marked as an exhibit. Okay? Thank you.
Now, while she was taking these medications, the various pills, were you always with her watching and monitoring exactly what she took?
Not always, no.
Sometimes you'd see it, sometimes you wouldn't?
Yeah.
Directing your attention to February 6th, 2023, did you go to the district attorney's office and or have your attorney go there and provide a bag of prescription medication that had belonged to Lindsay?
Yeah. I think the police took a bag of prescription medications that night, the night my kids passed away. Mm-hmm. And then there was a bag that I had in my truck that I was supposed to, nurse practitioner Gelata said you can bring them to like a police station, they get rid of them for you. But I never got around to it.
And where had you stored those in your truck?
In the center console. It's like underneath the center console that opens.
You have one of those center consoles that open up, but then there's another larger compartment below it?
Yeah.
So was it your plan to bring these to a location where they could be properly disposed?
Yeah, I didn't want to just throw them in the trash, so.
And these were all medications that had been prescribed in the past to Lindsay, but she was no longer taking, correct?
Right.
Your Honor, I don't think I have any objection to any of their exhibits, so
Okay.
she doesn't have to keep showing it to me. That's
All right.
fine.
So I'll assume if you do have an objection, just
Sure.
rise, let me know. Okay, thank you.
For the record, a bag here with 9 pill bottles as Exhibit 2, please.
Thank you.
And so looking in Exhibit 2, we have the Zoloft that was prescribed by Dr. Tufts and filled on September 15th, 2022. And I think I asked you earlier, you weren't aware that only 7 pills were taken out of this, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And then there's another prescription in here for Ativan that was filled on October 26, 2022. Were you aware that only 6 pills were taken out of that bottle?
Can you say the date again?
October 26, 2022.
And how many did it start with?
Let's see. Hmm. 30 pills.
Okay. I mean, I don't have those exact numbers on how many she took, but there were adjustments made on the dosage of the Ativan.
Mm-hmm.
So that aligns with
But the question was, were you aware that only 6 pills were taken out of this prescription?
No, but I think the context is important.
Okay. Were you aware that there was a prescription for buspirone or Buspar filled on October 26, 2022, in which only 2 pills were taken out of the 30 that were prescribed?
I found out about the Buspar later, and I didn't know about the number of pills taken.
And then were you aware that there was a prescription for hydroxyzine, prescription filled on October 26, 2022 for 30 pills, and that only 3 pills were taken out of this bottle?
Which
Hydroxyzine?
Yeah, what is that?
I believe it's in some type of, similar to an antihistamine, like Benadryl or something like that.
Oh, okay. I don't really recall much about that drug.
Okay. And
Definitely some interesting revelations.
were you
with this
aware that
testimony.
there was another prescription for Buspar that was filled on November 9th, 2022, 30 pills prescribed, and no pills were taken out of this bottle? Were you aware of that?
I wasn't keeping track of the number of pills taken out of each bottle,
Okay.
so.
No pills?
And then just ask you about one more.
That's interesting.
Trazodone, prescribed on November 16th, 2022, by a doctor from South Shore Hospital, 30 pills. Were you aware that only 7.5 pills were taken out of this prescription?
No.
So there were a lot of pills prescribed, but not a lot of pills taken, correct?
Is that comprehensive of all the pills that were prescribed?
These are the pills that you brought into the police station. So out
Wow.
of these,
Out of those, yeah. It's
Wow.
possible that not a lot were taken.
The bag he was supposed to get rid of, but still you would think there'd be more medication. At least half the bottle. Jennifer G brings up
do
a
you
great
recall what was the most amount of pills prescribed? I guess I could ask this better. What was the maximum number of medications she was on at any one time?
I want to say 3 or 4.
Would it surprise you to know that she, at any given time, the most she was prescribed was 3, but most of the time it was 2 medications that she was prescribed at any given time?
It wouldn't be terribly surprising, no.
Now, on November 16th, 2022, did Lindsay visit South Shore Hospital?
Yes.
Okay. And why did she go to the South Shore Hospital that day?
I believe that day it was because she basically went 48 hours without sleeping.
And was she having heart palpitations?
I think so, yeah.
Were you aware that she had taken a weed gummy that day?
I don't recall.
And are you aware that she didn't tell medical staff at the hospital when describing her symptoms and her medication that she left out that she had used marijuana?
I wasn't with her, so I don't know what she talked about at the hospital.
So she drove herself to the hospital?
She did.
Okay. And she drove herself home from the hospital then? Is that correct? Now, during this time frame between September and November of 2022, are you still participating in activities as a family?
Between November and December?
Between September and November?
Yeah.
Okay. And what types of things were you doing?
We celebrated Halloween. I don't really remember what else, but I think we were doing things regularly.
Do you recall going to an event with
He doesn't
food
seem to
trucks?
recall much either.
Yeah.
And do you recall going to an event in November where there were trains to ride with the kids?
Yeah.
So we have the photo from the food truck event, Exhibit 3. And the photo from the train event is Exhibit 4.
Does he seem agitated to you guys? Let me know.
Can I publish?
You may.
So Exhibit 3 is this Lindsay, Cora, and Callan at that event.
Yeah.
And Exhibit 4, this Lindsay with all 3 kids at that event in November.
Yeah.
Did you have plans for Thanksgiving that year?
Yeah.
What were your plans?
I believe the order was we went to Wallingford where her parents lived in the week before, and then the week after we went to my sister's house.
And where did your sister live? What town?
South Hamilton.
And that was a week after Thanksgiving, is that right, correct?
I think so, yeah. Yeah, it was.
And is this a photo from Thanksgiving at your sister's house?
Yes.
I could have this photo marked as Exhibit 5, I believe.
All right, that may be marked.
5. Showing you what's been marked. Exhibit 5. Is this Lindsay here on the left?
Yes.
And are those your sisters in the photo with her?
That's one of my sisters and my sister-in-law.
Okay. And have they coordinated outfits for the day? The shirts?
Yeah, I think my sister did.
What was Lindsay's demeanor that day?
She was in rough shape.
Rough shape?
Yeah.
How so?
She wasn't talking much. She had low energy. She was really depressed. I just remember when she showed up, my sister-in-law gave her a big hug.
And she was able to get through dinner, eat dinner with everyone?
Yeah.
Okay. She interacted with people, is that correct?
I would say very little, but to some degree, sure.
And she took care of the kids with you while she was there?
We both took care of the kids together.
You mentioned earlier that your wedding anniversary is in December. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Do you recall going out for your anniversary on December 3rd, 2022, going into Boston?
No, we didn't go out.
You don't recall arranging for a massage for Lindsay and then going to the Omni Parker house and going out to dinner that night?
No, December 3rd, 2022, we stayed home.
You stayed home, okay.
He keeps glancing at her every so often, and he keeps looking away, just trying to make himself look in the other direction because he notices himself kind of looking off to the left every so often.
You recognize this photo?
Yeah.
When was that taken?
I'm not really sure.
It wasn't taken on December 3rd when we were out celebrating your anniversaries?
In 2022?
Yes.
No. No, we wanted to go out, but we canceled because she wasn't feeling well. So we stayed home. We got takeout.
Okay.
Whoa, they showed the wrong. What?
Did you also,
That's crazy.
on November 26th, 2022, go out as a family to get a Christmas tree?
Yes. Well, probably. I don't know. But yeah, around that time, yes.
Okay. Showing you two photos. Are these from that day when you got the Christmas tree?
Yeah, that looks accurate.
You have the first photo of all five. Six. And then the second one is Exhibit 7. Exhibit 7. Showing you Exhibit 6. This is all of you at the tree farm.
Yeah.
And Exhibit 7, those are the kids.
Yes.
Around December 6th, 2022, did Lindsay tell you she was starting a new medication?
I don't remember specifically.
Is it that you don't remember the date or you don't remember her starting a new medication?
I'm not sure.
There's so many.
Do you remember
How
Lindsay
can
telling you at some
keep
point she was
track?
starting the medication Seroquel?
Yes.
Do you remember around what time frame that was?
I thought it was before December 6th.
Okay. And do you recall how she was physically after starting the Seroquel?
Awful.
How so?
That was really where her big spiral started. She started to lose a lot of weight, and she became very depressed, and she was having a really hard time.
And did she describe to you some thoughts or feelings that she was having at that time?
Yeah, she started to say she was suicidal.
And was that in December of 2022?
I think so, yeah.
And when she told you she was suicidal, did you ask her if she had a plan on how to kill herself?
Yes.
And what was her response?
Whoa.
She said no.
And did she ever mention a specific way or plan she had to kill herself to you?
No.
And at some point in time, did she tell you that this was the first time she had had suicidal thoughts?
I don't know if she mentioned it was the first time or not. I just remember her saying she had them.
Had you ever heard her say that to you before, that she was having suicidal thoughts?
No.
Did you own at that time a Surface Pro, a type of tablet that works as a laptop?
Yeah,
And who had access to that laptop?
we both did.
You and Lindsay?
Yeah.
And going back to August 22nd, 2022, did you click on a link on that Surface Pro that was titled Methods of Suicide?
Not that I recall.
And August 22nd, 2022, that was before Lindsay had been on any medications, as far as you know, correct?
Correct.
Going back to December, she's told you that she's having these thoughts. What's your reaction when she tells you that she's having these suicidal thoughts?
I just wanted to support her. I asked those questions back to her, and her mother was coming up pretty regularly anyways, so we let them know, and we just try to be supportive.
Did she also tell you at that time, at the beginning of December, that she was having some other intrusive thoughts?
Yeah.
Is that how she described them or how you described them, intrusive thoughts?
I would say both.
Okay. And when she told you that she was having intrusive thoughts, did you ask her what they were?
Yeah.
And what was her response?
She described thoughts of hurting the kids, or them having some sort of ailment. So like she was very worried that Cora had, whenever she had a stomach ache, she became overly worried that she was, like had like a liver problem or something much more dramatic than it was.
Okay. But going back to that first part, she said she had thoughts of harming the kids. Is that correct?
Yeah.
And did she tell you whether or not she had specific thoughts of how she would harm the kids?
No.
And she didn't describe that as hearing this external voice telling her to harm the kids, correct?
Correct.
She told you she was having intrusive thoughts herself of harming the children, correct?
Correct.
Oh,
And
that's not,
did you
I
ask
don't-
her how she was going to harm the kids?
I didn't ask it in that way. It was the same thing. I said, do you have a plan, and is it disturbing to you? And
What?
she said no, and then she said yes.
Whoa.
And
Let me go back for a minute there. You
whoa.
said, do you have a plan? And she said no. What was the second question? Second part of the question?
I said, do you find it disturbing?
Okay.
And
Do
she
you
said
find it
yes.
disturbing?
And she described it as
What
really
kind of
the
question?
way she was describing it as
What kind of question is
something
that?
that might happen to the kids.
So it was more something might happen than she might do something. Is that correct?
Yeah.
But she
And,
said that she
Did
would harm the kids, though. But
she tell
What?
you how long she had those thoughts for?
what?
She didn't give a duration.
And how many times did she tell you this, that she had thoughts of harming the kids?
A couple times.
And was
Oh,
that
no.
a couple times over the course of a night or two in December?
Oh
Yeah.
no! Oh what?
And as a result of her telling you this, that she had thoughts of harming the kids, what did you do?
He knew this was
Her
coming.
parents came up, and I think I asked her at some point, do you feel like you need to be kept away from them? And she said no. And then it was
what?
very confusing, because a minute later she was making them lunch or playing with them, or getting
But
ready
she-
for bed or whatever it was. So.
She had thoughts.
So it was confusing in that she wasn't physically harming them at the time, but was had these thoughts. Is that what you're saying?
Right. I never saw Lindsay harm the kids.
And did you also, as a result of these statements, suggest an appointment with nurse practitioner Gelada?
It wasn't as a result of these statements. That appointment was set up because we were at her parents' house in Wallingford for Thanksgiving, and she just described how she was feeling on the medication, and she felt that she was addicted to them.
Was that the benzodiazepines that she thought she was addicted to?
Primarily, and then she was taking Seroquel at the same time, and she might have been taking Trazodone or Remeron, I'm not sure.
Okay. Do you recall testifying previously that I called her parents to come up to stay with us, and I told her that I asked her who her doctor was because I was very concerned at this point. She was prescribed 10 different medications in just over 2 months, so it didn't make sense to me. And then you said, so after her parents came up, she said, I have a remote meeting with Rebecca Gelada, and you said, no, it has to be in person.
Yeah, I felt like it had to be in person because I just felt like there was a disconnect. I felt like we could figure it out, whatever was going on. Mm-hmm. So it seemed like most of her telehealth appointments were pretty quick, and there just wasn't like a lot of attention.
Were you present for these telehealth visits?
Only a few of them, okay. And they were after that meeting with Gelada.
Okay. And that appointment in person with Gelada was December 6th, 2022. Is that correct?
That sounds correct.
So the thought of harming the kids was after Thanksgiving, but before December 6th. Is that correct?
That sounds correct.
Were you concerned for the kids' safety at that time?
No, I wasn't.
And why not?
Because she wasn't showing any intention of harming the kids.
And she told you she didn't have a plan. Is that correct?
Correct.
Now, directing your attention to December 15th, 2022, did Lindsay go to Mass General Hospital to the emergency department that day?
Yeah.
Coming up in the break.
And why was that?
I remember the reasoning being she told her dad that she wanted to commit suicide, and then she said to me, I told my dad I want to die, and it didn't bother me at all.
And
it's a good question, Jennifer.
As a result of those statements,
a lot
you
to
brought
talk
her,
about.
or did she bring herself to Mass General?
I think I brought her that time.
And at Mass General, she saw medical staff, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. And did they recommend to her some type of admission to McLean Hospital?
I remember there was one doctor who was in favor of that, and there were two others who were more in favor of a day program.
Okay. And did they give you information about a specific day program?
Yeah, it was women and infants in Providence.
And at that time, when Lindsay was saying that she was suicidal, was she asked if she had a plan?
By the doctors.
Or by you?
I was always checking in with her, and she never told me that she had a plan. I'm not sure what the doctors asked her.
Okay. And after being at Mass General on December 15th, did she go to Women and Infants Hospital in Rhode Island to attempt to get into their postpartum program?
She was already in. She went in as scheduled.
Okay. And but she didn't remain in, correct? She was just there for a day?
Correct.
Okay. And did she go by herself? Did you go with her?
I dropped her off, and then I took Dawson skiing.
Okay. And at some point in time, did Lindsay reach out to you to say she wasn't staying at the program and to come pick her up?
She actually said that the providers at that program suggested to her that she call me and have her come get picked up, and then that I should go in and meet with the providers.
Okay. And then after you picked her up, she was no longer in the program at that point, correct? At Rhode Island Women and Children's, right?
Well, we discussed it with the doctors, and their recommendation was that the program wasn't right for her.
Right. And so you guys returned home, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And
Please
during
hit
this
the like
time
and
frame,
subscribe if you're not.
in December, Lindsay's still working out at the Kingsbury Club, correct?
That might be true. I don't recall exactly, but yeah.
Do you recall her going to the Kingsbury Club on December 6th, 13th, 16th, 17th, or 18th?
I mean, I believe that can be true. Yeah, I don't recall those exact dates, but yeah.
At this time when she's saying that she's feeling suicidal, she's telling you she doesn't have a plan, correct?
Mm-hmm.
She's no longer saying she has any thoughts of harming the children, correct?
Correct.
She's still bringing the children to doctor's appointments during that time, right?
Yeah.
Do you recall her bringing Callan and Dawson to the doctors on December 2nd when they weren't feeling well?
Yeah.
And then she was able to call the doctor's office on December 27th and make an appointment for Callan and Cora when they weren't feeling well. Do you remember that?
Yeah.
And take them to the doctor, I believe with you, correct?
Maybe, I don't know.
And then on December 30th, she was able to take Callan to the doctor that day as well and interact with the staff. Is that correct?
Probably.
Probably.
Then you returned to Mass General Hospital, the emergency department, on December 31st. Is that correct?
Yes.
And why did you go back on the 31st?
Because she was still talking about thoughts of suicide, and I was exhausted. I said, I think it's time to go to McLean, and we didn't have a diagnosis, so we just didn't really know what was wrong. And I think for me, I was hoping that McLean could really evaluate her and try to figure out the best path forward.
Okay, so the path to getting to McLean was to go to the emergency department at Mass General and be referred to McLean. Is that correct?
Yes.
Were you aware that night while at the hospital, Lindsay was taking selfies?
No.
Right, that may be admitted, or they may be admitted.
Can you exhibit me taking a selfie at the hospital? Is that correct?
Are you asking me?
Yes.
Yeah, I can see that. Yeah.
And then the second page is just her legs in the doorway. Is that correct?
Yep.
As a result of going to Mass General and telling them about her suicidal thoughts, was she transferred to McLean Hospital?
Yeah.
Okay. And did you stay with her throughout that transfer process, or were you able to?
I was not able to. For some reason, they transfer. I don't know if they do this with all patients, but she was transferred at 3 a.m.
Okay. And so she reached McLean in the early morning hours of January 1st, then, of 2023. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Okay. And did you visit her at McLean Hospital?
Yeah.
How often did you see her there?
I think I was able to go twice, or maybe 3 times.
Okay. And do you remember, what visiting hours were or what hours you visited?
I don't remember exactly, but it was, something like 2 to 6. And I think there were morning hours, but you couldn't just go anytime.
You couldn't or could?
You could not.
Okay. And so you, out of the few days that she was there, 5 days she was there, you visited 2 or 3 times. Is that correct?
Yeah.
And while you were there with her, did Lindsay talk to you about the treatment that she was receiving at McLean Hospital?
She told me about her experience. It didn't really seem like she was getting any treatment.
Okay. Did she tell you that she wasn't really getting any treatment or wasn't getting as much care or treatment as she wanted?
Well, I think by the third day, I said, what have the doctors said? And she said, I haven't met with the doctor. The challenge was she arrived on a Saturday, and then I think Monday was an observed holiday, so she didn't see a doctor until Tuesday. So until then, she was coloring and playing with clay and going for walks.
Were you aware that she was seen by a resident, a doctor, the first 2 days she was there, and then an attending on the third day that she was there?
No.
Were you aware that she was seen by a licensed social worker, group therapist, and other mental health workers every day while she was there?
Yeah, I didn't get any updates.
Were you aware that she was offered one-on-one therapy by unit staff every day that she was there?
No.
Did you know that she participated in group therapy on January 1st for 45 minutes, a session about illness and symptom management?
I was aware of some group activities. I didn't know the details of it.
And were you aware that she participated in 2 group therapy sessions, one for 45 minutes and one for 50 minutes, one on self-compassion and one on illness and symptom management on January 3rd?
I wasn't aware of the subject of any of the meetings now.
Were you aware that she declined further group therapy and treatment in the afternoon of January 3rd?
No.
Were you aware that on January 4th, she participated in a group for 40 minutes called medication management?
No.
Were you aware that she participated in a group on January 5th on expressive therapy for 45 minutes?
No.
And were you aware that she declined further treatment 2 times on January 5th, one to attend group therapy and one to attend a session on cognitive behavioral processes?
No.
Were you aware that Lindsay asked the doctors to be discharged on the 6th, Friday the 6th, because she wanted to go to Cora's birthday party on the 7th?
Not that I recall.
Wow.
Were you aware, or did Lindsay tell you that she then asked the doctors to discharge her on January 5th because she wanted to go home and get ready for the party?
I wasn't aware of Lindsay asking the doctors to be discharged.
Okay. Was he even around?
Were there any insurance issues in terms of insurance refusing to pay for her stay at McLean Hospital?
We didn't really get to that point.
You weren't advised by the social worker or any staff there that there were any issues with your insurance, is that correct?
Yeah, that's correct, but I wouldn't have cared either.
Would you have just paid for it if needed?
I would have paid anything, yeah.
Ms. Sprague,
Wow.
is this good time to break?
Yes.
All right, so
Good.
members of the jury, we're going to break for the afternoon recess, and we'll see you back here about 2 o'clock, okay?
Court, all rise. Close your notebooks, place them on your chairs.
Wow.
Follow me.
Thank you all for being here. Please hit the like, subscribe, share this out to your socials and friends.
Counsel, anything we need to address before the break?
No, Your Honor.
All right, so we'll see everybody about 2 o'clock. Thank you.
2 o'clock, so that'll be in 1 hour from now. Whoa. Wow, that's a lot. Way more than I thought.
Yeah.
There was when it comes to this trial. So again, if you're just joining us, opening statements regarding Lindsay Clancy. She killed her 3 children inside the family's home in January of 2023 before attempting to take her own life. Their 3 children, Cora 5, Dawson 3, and Callan 8 months, were found with exercise bands around their necks. That's how they were found. The husband found them in the basement. And prosecutors contend Clancy intentionally did that to the children, while her defense argues she was suffering from severe postpartum depression and psychosis that left her unable to understand her actions. It kind of, I don't know, when I started hearing these questions, I was like, wow, are they, did you watch her? Did you watch her go to sleep? Did you watch her do this? It was like, man, are they trying to? I was like, now I kind of understand why the defense was arguing in their opening statement that this wasn't some fake suicide attempt. But as we've sat here and listened, he seemed agitated in the very beginning, like he didn't want to be up there. And I sat back for a while, like, why doesn't he? It sounds like he's defending her, right? The medication and all that stuff. But as they start to ask him questions, he doesn't know much about the medication. Okay, you may not know much about the medication. But then when it comes to her therapy sessions and these events that are taking place and all of this stuff, like, I don't recall. I don't recall. I don't recall. To me, it makes me wonder, I kind of blurted it out before that break. Was he even around much? I don't know. What did you take away from that, Rosie? And we're going to go into some of your guys' comments here.
So, to be honest, like, everything that I've just heard has made me even more confused, because at the same time as, like, I see what you mean, and I didn't really pick it up as him getting agitated. I felt like he was getting more and more stressed as the questions were going on, and I honestly can't figure out what I think of him at this point. Like, I'm not like, in some ways I feel for him, but then there's also things that, like, I don't know if because he's saying, like, I would have paid anything, but then at the same time his actions, like, wasn't he a little bit uninvolved? And I'm not saying that he was uninvolved, but, like, was he taking things seriously enough? So he's confusing to me. I find him.
Well, maybe she confused him.
Yeah.
But at the same time, you would recall, I don't know, to me, if your wife is going through something that traumatic, she done mentioned to you multiple times, bro, that she thought about harming the children. You know what I'm saying? Like, that right there, like, I would have been like I can't imagine hearing it 3 times, Rosie, or more. But I'm sorry, maybe you don't recall anything before that, because when you hear somebody say that they have thoughts about harming the children, that sends you in a whole nother realm of reality. But the fact that you don't recall much after that period in time, I can't argue. I can't argue that. Like, how does that even, how do you even, like, that just shouldn't exist. When something like this traumatic happens, because that's traumatic, hearing your wife tell you that she has thoughts of harming the children, that's traumatic, because whether it happens or not at that point, you still have the thought of, oh my God. The thought of it, that is traumatic itself. And for your brain to not automatically start registering and saving every data file that it gets thrown at it, I don't understand.
That's the exact same thing for me that just gives me a lot of hesitation. Like, that's the point. If you hear that from your wife, then that's just where I start to question things as well. regardless of what was or wasn't going on with her, I'm just finding him quite confusing as well.
I don't get it.
Yeah.
I mean, to me, it would be like you would know about these therapy sessions. Like, how did you not know about the therapy sessions? How? Now, could she have been making stuff up? We're going to go through some of the comments. I see some of the comments people have typed about, fibbing and things like that, and that's totally plausible. But and maybe that's why he don't recall, because they're going off of all this other stuff of what she was, saying to different people. And, maybe he's just like, well, this is like this. I'm just now here. I don't recall because I don't recall any of this stuff because, maybe he didn't think it was as, I don't know. It's so confusing. Like when we first, before we had our first break, up until the first break, I'm like, damn, this thing ain't gonna last very long. Like, this is like, I agree with the prosecution. I agree with the defense. I'm sure jury members will too. And as we went through this second round, um, my mind is just blown because I can't believe I'm hearing what I'm hearing, especially from Hubs.
Mm. Yeah, it's definitely changing things for me as well. But I definitely agree with what Jennifer said as well here. The most recent comment about, who was she telling the truth to? Like, there's a lot that we still need to kind of decipher in terms of what was clear.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Jane, what's up? Thanks for joining. They wrote, I don't understand why they got rid of the nanny if she was so sick. I babysat for a woman before with bad migraines who took meds. She always needed nanny help with just migraines. It's a great question. And also says, I didn't expect him to be so wishy-washy about such a huge thing in your life. Exactly, that's what I'm saying. Like, if you are a loving husband, if you are a husband that's around, this is traumatic when somebody tells you, I have thoughts of hurting our children. I mean, come on, that has to send you, and to hear it multiple times. Why were you not there? Yeah, you're supposed to, there's counseling sessions where you talk together and she goes by herself. Like, why wasn't that happening? That just doesn't seem like, I don't know. It makes me wonder. Was he involved? Jennifer G says, in my opinion, the revelations about his wife not actually taking the meds she was asking for has gotten him upset. Could, definitely. I don't know. Maybe he's upset because he's like, I don't know about any of this stuff. I don't know. It's so confusing. We'll have to go. He had that civil suit in 2003. I want to see what he was arguing in the courts back then, because I guess that would give us the extent of his knowledge to her situation or what was being told, right? I don't know. It's alarming to me that he doesn't know or recall more than he does. And it's just not a couple things. It's a lot. It's a lot. Caddy says, did Lindsay keep all that info from Patrick when she was in the hospital, saying they didn't do anything for her when they did? Very interesting question. We'll have to check out that civil. We'll check that out here in a moment. Jane says, I think he's just trying to not get in trouble himself, be held accountable in any way. How can you not take suicidal statements seriously? 150%. It seems like he wants it both ways. He wants to defend her, but yet acts as if he remembers hardly anything. Specific things he should know. Exclamation point. He's afraid he'll be held accountable in some way. It makes me wonder, like, again, we go back to that first break. I'm talking about doctors being held accountable. Now, great questions, right? Like Jennifer G., I have a feeling the doctors weren't being told the truth. That would explain the medication list,
I agree with that.
right?
Yeah.
How does he not know about these therapy sessions and all that? Let me see, but she also wasn't telling anyone the truth, right? So we don't know what she was actually and this is I kind of sat here also and I wondered, was this planned out hell a long time ago, right? Like if you're going to doctors and you're telling your doctors one thing, you're not telling your husband another thing. You're not taking the medication. I mean, we saw the medication. How many were full? How many only had a handful of, and when you're taking medication, you got to take at least 2 or 3 weeks. It takes a week or 2 to work. You can't just take 6 of them, right? So there's a lot of medication that wasn't taken properly. So was that a situation where she was telling people a bunch of different things because it was creating that extended version of an alibi or some excuse, right? I kind of sat there for a while, Rosie, and I thought that. I was like, I kind of wonder, like, if this is what was really taking place. And great comment by Jennifer. This was really taking place. Was this an extended, planned out thing? Even the suicide attempt. And maybe that's why. I don't know. At some point, because there's a reason the defense was making the argument that this was not a fake attempt. And I'm like, why would you argue that? Ain't nobody saying it, bro. But now, and even with the questions they were asking Hubs, because in the very beginning, you'll see when they started asking him questions, it was specific questions like, did you see her do this? Did you see her do this? Did you see it? I'm like, what are they trying to say? Like, are they trying to get to that she faked it? Now, as all of this stuff is gone on through this second leg, it does, and I have wondered this on the second part, was this an extended plan? And was all of this part of this concoction? Premeditated, exactly.
It's definitely something that I was wondering about as I was listening to it as well. And then I kind of also think to myself, like, how do you do that without running the risk of, like, getting caught and then, like, people actually believing you too much and then getting institutionalized? But I guess there is a way to play all sides of it that you wouldn't. So I'm looking forward to getting to know it better, like seeing what she's like, how calculated she really is, as the state says she is. But I have to admit that's also what was coming up in my mind. Like,
well, this is what all right. I'm gonna throw this out there, and I want to see what you think, and I want to see what everybody else thinks real quick. So let me break this down. Okay, there's going to be different parts to this, and then as I put them all together, you're going to see what I'm saying. You take the husband not knowing much. You take the depressed wife. Who knows what's going on in that relationship? The defense brought up in a very small portion of the opening statement about the home. Was there things going on inside the home? Was there things going on outside of the home? Which then led her And let's just call it what it is. It's a murder-suicide. When we're thinking about murder-suicides, what usually is it? Well, if I'm gonna take me out, I'm not leaving them with him. Was there something going? Is that why he was?
see.
I don't recall much. I don't recall much. She's a depressed wife. She's having those thoughts. Who knows? With how he doesn't recall much, can you imagine if she did reach out to him with one of those first initial thoughts and said, "Babe, my mind is thinking weird stuff," and he's like, "Oh, well, tell me tomorrow if it gets any worse."
Maybe, yeah, I see what you mean.
Because we already, she ain't denying it that she had, like, the defense is saying this wasn't fake. So she's saying, look, I did intend to do this, whether she really did or not. She is saying she intended to do that. Is it a situation that there was stuff going on and she didn't want to leave them with him? I'm wondering if we're going to find that out as this trial goes on. I just can't get past the fact that he can't recall barely anything. I don't understand. Even a half-ass husband would recall more than what he's recalling. I'm keeping it real. The realest reporting of all media right here.
Yeah, I agree. I definitely agree with you. That's why I keep saying I just find him confusing. I think we have to see more. But yeah, the cannot recall is it's very convenient in a lot of ways as well.
It's alarming.
Yeah.
It's very alarming to me. I don't understand. Even like I said, even a half-ass husband is going to recall, especially after your wife tells you she's had thoughts of harming the children. What? Come on now. Jane says, but didn't he call in the middle of the act, so it's not like she was in the throes of a mental breakdown? He called to ask a question of her while she was doing what she did, premeditated. If she was truly as bad as they say, there would have been close calls while he was home, just not the one he wasn't. Well, here's another thing, though, we got to consider, right? If I'm bringing this thought that this could have been some extended version of a plan, because it was planned out for so long, the first attempt was the attempt, right? If you're planning something, if you're planning something to where you have all these different layers, that's a calculated plan. And if you did it for that extended period of time where you're going all the way back to when you first started, quote, feeling depression, we're talking about almost a year. I can see how that first attempt would be the attempt. Jennifer, in my opinion, I see a familiar pattern I experienced with a loved one who had severe bipolar disorder. The lies made it hard to get them treatment, and they didn't take meds but told everyone that they were. And I can see why, if that's the case, I can see why the doctors, why they might not, knowing what to do. But 5-6 pills, I don't know. There's so much confusion. It's like before that first break, I'm like, man, this ain't going to take, man, I don't know. There's so much to this, way more than I thought there was. Yeah, I don't know. Let's check out this civil suit from Patrick Clancy. This was filed in January 20th of 2026. So I'm going to go ahead and bring that up real quick. We still got about 25 minutes on the break as we sit here. All right, so we're going to go through this real quick. By the way, if you are on the vertical stream, you can click on the horizontal and you'll be able to see these docs a little easier. I wish StreamYard would allow us to go a little fuller screen on that, so we apologize. All right, so this was filed January 20th, 2026. This is an action for wrongful death brought by Patrick Clancy. Patrick, individually and as the personal representative of the estates of his deceased children, Cora Marie Clancy, Dawson William Clancy, and Callan Patrick Clancy. Patrick's wife, Lindsay Clancy, is alleged to have murdered all three children. Prior to the alleged murder, Lindsay sought medical treatment for her anxiety and increasingly poor and deteriorating mental health condition. As alleged hereon, the treatment of her providers, Jennifer A. Tufts, MD, Dr. Tufts, Rebecca H. Gelata, CNP, Nurse Gelata, Astor Mental Health Incorporated, Astor and South Shore Health Systems Incorporated, South Shore Health, collectively defendants exacerbated her mental health struggles. Indeed, the bevy of diverse and powerful medications they prescribed, coupled with their abject failure to appropriately monitor Lindsay, resulted in Lindsay's mental health deteriorating to a point of suicidal ideation and requiring inpatient care. Ultimately, defendants' negligent treatment of Lindsay, including their complete failure to recognize and address the radical erosion of her mental health, resulted in tragedy, namely allegations that Lindsay took the lives of her children. If defendants had not acted negligently and rather provided adequate care, it is more likely than not that Patrick and Lindsay's children would still be alive today. And it goes through the parties. Okay, the counsel, let me see. Defendant Jennifer A. Tufts, MD, is a psychiatrist registered to practice medicine in the Commonwealth of Massachusetts with a usual place of business in Braintree, Norfolk County, Massachusetts. Defendant Rebecca H. Gelata, CNP, is a certified nurse practitioner registered to practice medicine in the Commonwealth of Massachusetts with a usual place of business in Weymouth, Norfolk County, Massachusetts. Defendant Astor Mental Health Incorporated is a Massachusetts professional corporation with a principal place of business at 325 Wood Road, Suite 209 in Braintree. And the defendant, South Shore Health Systems, is also in Norfolk County. The court has jurisdiction over defendants because they either reside in Massachusetts, have a principal place of business in Massachusetts, and or their actions and inactions that caused the three children's death took place in Massachusetts. The Clancy family in January 2023, Patrick and Lindsay Clancy were living in Duxbury, Massachusetts with their three children, Cora, Dawson, and Callan. Patrick and Lindsay had married in December 2016 and settled in Duxbury. Patrick worked in telecommunications while Lindsay began her career as a nurse working at Massachusetts General Hospital, MGH. She soon became a nurse in the MGH Labor and Delivery Unit. Patrick and Lindsay had always intended to have children, and soon after getting married, they began to grow their family. They had their first baby, Cora, on December 24th, 2017, and their second baby, Dawson, on September 30th, 2019. Lindsay experienced some anxiety following the birth of each of her first two children, which worsened as she got closer to returning for work. Each time she was unable to recover, or she was able to overcome her anxiety both times. However, through exercise, a healthy diet, meditation, socializing, and following Dawson's birth, several therapy sessions, Patrick and Lindsay jumped into parenthood and worked together to provide the best possible environment to raise their children. in order to spend more time at home with her children. Lindsay began working part-time night shifts in the MGH labor and delivery unit. During her shifts, sorry, Rosie, I didn't notice you were gone. During her shifts, Lindsay remained attentive to her children and was known to monitor Cora and Dawson on baby monitors while they slept. I'm sorry, I didn't notice it had dropped you out or something. Nonetheless, Lindsay's career remained important to her. She remained passionate about nursing, and having a career also allowed her the chance to get out of the house and interact with other people. Lindsay became pregnant with the couple's third child several years later and gave birth to a baby boy, Callan, on May 26, 2022. Both Patrick and Lindsay took parental leave following Callan's birth, which Patrick's leave scheduled for 12 weeks and Lindsay's leave scheduled for 18 weeks. The family spent their leave together, visiting extended family, the local beach and pool, and enjoying time together at home. Lindsay repeatedly told Patrick how happy she was and how much she loved their new baby. Her actions echoed her voiced sentiments. Lindsay appeared extremely happy. She was enthusiastic and energetic and returned to exercising, something that had always been important to her shortly after giving birth to Callan. Patrick and Lindsay ran 2 5K road races, one in July and the second in September. Life was idyllic for the Clancys. Patrick returned to work approximately 12 weeks after Callan was born, and while he was able to work from home, for the first time, Lindsay was challenged with taking care of their 3 children single-handedly during the weekdays. Lindsay was also faced with her own return to work at the end of September 2022. Previously, the time period leading to the end of her parental leave had been a difficult time for Lindsay and had resulted in anxiety. Lindsay began to experience stress and anxiety in September 2022 toward the end of her maternity leave. Nonetheless, she continued to socialize with her friends and continued to go on events and trips with her family. Because of her anxiety and impending return to work, however, Lindsay decided to seek psychiatric treatment. To address her anxiety, Lindsay sought psychiatric care with Dr. Tufts from Astor. Dr. Tufts is a psychiatrist at Astor who, according to Astor's website, specializes in post-traumatic stress disorder and traumatic-related disorders, mood disorders, anxiety, obsessive-compulsive disorder, ADHD, substance abuse, women's mental health, and perinatal and postpartum psychiatry. Lindsay decided to extend her maternity leave in the hopes of improving her mental health. Dr. Tufts treated Lindsay from on or about September 15, 2022 through on or about January 23, 2023, and during that time, Dr. Tufts prescribed Lindsay a variety of different medications, but failed to monitor her reactions to those medications or attend to her worsening psychiatric condition. Lindsay's first appointment with Dr. Tufts was on September 15, 2022. That day, Dr. Tufts diagnosed Lindsay with chronic generalized anxiety disorder and chronic adjustment disorder with depression mood. When Lindsay first began treatment, she was hesitant about taking prescription medications. Nonetheless, on September 15, 2022, Dr. Tufts prescribed Lindsay sertraline, also known as Zoloft. Sorry if I butchered that.
No, I think that was correct. Sorry, I was having microphone issues earlier, but I just wanted to quickly jump in and say, is it normal to, like, I don't know, come up with a diagnosis after just one consult? I don't really know how it's supposed to work, but like.
Well, maybe from previous experience, she had experienced these things with the other 2 births. And so I just imagine they just assumed she was experiencing the same thing as what she was prior. And so that could be why it was like a quick diagnosis.
Okay.
Let me see here. We got about 15 minutes. Lindsay began taking the prescribed Zoloft by mid-October, 1 week after starting the medication and increasing the dose as prescribed. However, on October 20th, 2022, she reported to Dr. Tufts that she felt awful, was experiencing insomnia due to the medication increase, did not want to eat, was feeling more depressed, was crying all day, experiencing mental fog, and was terrified to start something new. Indeed, she explained that her anxiety had gotten worse than it was before she began taking medication, felt it was difficult to differentiate between how she felt before taking the medication, experienced overnight racing thoughts, and was paranoid of getting suicidal thoughts, something bad happening, doesn't want to be alone. This reaction is relatively low dose of the medication was atypical and should have prompted Dr. Tufts to assess why Lindsay reacted in this way. Among other things, she should have conducted testing of blood plasma levels of medication. Dr. Tufts failed to do so. Lindsay's condition deteriorated throughout the fall. Among other things, she experienced increasingly bad insomnia, anxiety, and depression. Instead of working to identify the source of Lindsay's condition, Dr. Tufts attempted to treat Lindsay's symptoms, adding medications to treat her anxiety and depression. And by the end of October and into November 2022, Lindsay was still hopeful about the future and about returning to her baseline. For example, on October 31st, 2022, Lindsay reported to her therapist, a colleague of Dr. Tufts, that she was hoping to return to work soon, which she had hoped would decrease her depression symptoms. By mid-November, however, her insomnia had become so bad that she was sleeping approximately only 3 hours per night. Lindsay's insomnia became so severe that on November 16th, 2022, she went to the emergency room for treatment. She was prescribed another medication, trazodone. However, it was not effective. In an attempt to assist her daughter-in-law, on November 20th, 2022, Patrick's mother, a nurse at South Shore Health, contacted Nurse Paul of the Prenatal Behavioral Health Program of South Shore Health, and asked her to reach out to Lindsay. Nurse Paul did so, and Lindsay reported that the trazodone she had been prescribed had not been effective in helping her sleep, even when taking a 150 milligram dosage. Lindsay reported that she was very frustrated and scared and afraid of being on medication long term. She told Nurse Paul that she was feeling very overwhelmed, started having racing thoughts, constantly thinking, experiencing extreme insomnia, averaging 3 hours per night, very frustrated and scared. On November 21st, 2022, Nurse Paul prescribed Lindsay fluoxetine, HCl10, I don't know what name, also known as Prozac. Lindsay was describing symptoms suggesting mania, such as racing thoughts, extreme insomnia, frustration, and feeling scared. At this point, again, lab work should have been performed in order to ensure that Lindsay was metabolizing the medication she was being prescribed at a normal rate. However, no lab work was done. That is a good argument too.
Yeah.
Like, why are you not testing her to make sure that she's taking the dose that you're prescribing?
Yeah, exactly. And I mean, they're talking about metabolizing and all of that, and I don't know if that's a medical thing, but if she wasn't taking it, just doing those tests would have told them. You know?
Yeah, because really, there should have been some of those taken at some point.
Yeah.
Those tests, because like, you're on all these different medications. You want to make sure they're not taking too much or too little. Now, I don't know what each state is different, so maybe there's certain regulations that have to happen in order for them to administer those on a consistent basis. I don't know. Because if you're going to do that kind of test, you're going to do a test on everything else that shows up. So I could see that being like a personal clause kind of thing where,
Yeah.
you know, you don't have to unless certain things are happening, you know, like they feel like that, because they can definitely do it if they feel the medication is being abused. They can
Yeah.
definitely, you know,
Yeah. Definitely.
but
And sorry. No, it's
yeah,
just at some point, I can't remember where they said it, but it was during the testimony. There was mention that she said she felt she was addicted to the benzodiazepines as well. So I feel like that would have prompted them to also check what she, you know, the dosages of what she was and wasn't taking. Like if she had made that claim, then I think that that was pretty serious and should have been, like that's the kind of thing where you call the doctor like right away.
right. I mean, and who knows? I don't know. There seems like there's a bunch of, you know, there should have been some kind of test, you know, I think at least once or something. She started reporting that she's feeling afraid as if something awful might happen almost every day. She started getting prescribed Valium. Wow. So she went from Zoloft to Valium. And that didn't help you sleep. So she continued to experience suicidal ideation through December. She continued to seek help through Nurse Gelada, the emergency department. She reported having persistent thoughts of harming herself as well. They started prescribing her lamotrigine, Lamictal. Let me see here. Sorry, we just got a few minutes. I don't want to leave anything out.
Yeah.
Let me see here. She felt she was worried that she was messed up beyond repair. She was definitely reaching out to people. I don't know. I mean, that according to the husband, again.
Yeah.
This is the civil suit that the husband filed against the medical professionals. 17 minutes. Dr. Tufts reported Lindsay's mood to be depressed and her affect depressed and flat, writing that Lindsay's mood is still very low, no motivation, numb. Concentration fine. Caring for baby bonding feels forced. So she was feeling forced that it makes me wonder. I don't know. Right there, that comment right here, caring for the baby bonding feels forced. Was that the reason she did what she did? Because it was about Kaylin and not all the children, right?
Yeah, it kind of reminds me of something else that was said during the testimony was that when she told her father that she was having those thoughts about harming herself, he said that she said she felt nothing when she said that, which is an interesting thing to note as well. Like, that's a hard thing to talk about. Imagine admitting that to a family member and saying that you feel nothing while saying that. It's
Right.
really strange.
Yes, and says right here, the voice indicated that to her that she should die, that this is her last chance, and that her children would suffer if she was gone. Lindsay then cut her wrist and neck and jumped out of a second floor window in her home. My gosh, you cut yourself in those places and you jump. Don't you think that if you cut yourself in those places, especially your neck, don't you think that you would bleed out before you were even able to throw yourself out of a window?
Yeah.
Just saying. And then she fell approximately 20 feet to the ground and suffered traumatic spinal cord injuries. She is now paralyzed below the sternum. Let me see here. Doctor. So they're basically, I mean, I don't know. I wonder what it'd be good to have a medical professional. Maybe one of those will pop up on one of these
Yeah.
shows this afternoon, kind of describing like what, because no tests, I don't know, like, especially with all that medication, I think that you would have a good argument that maybe your patient is not abusing the medication that you're giving them, but maybe they are abusing some other kind of substance, right? If there's that
Yeah.
much, I would think that there would have.
Yeah, there could be something else going on. I mean, I don't know a lot about it, but I know that some of these medications, if you are misusing them, then you can build up a tolerance. And then when you prescribe the right amount, you don't necessarily. That's the case.
Sorry, Rosie. It booted us out again.
Oh, okay. Wait, what was I saying? Oh, so I mean, I don't know what's going on here, but I know that with some of these medications that if you're misusing them, then you can kind of build up a tolerance, and then when you prescribe the right amount, it's not going to have the effect that you're supposed to get from it. And I did think it was kind of interesting that she apparently was telling her husband that she was going to get a script for something, but she actually already had it. So the time frame on that was a bit out.
Well, and there was only, again, there was some of these bottles that, as a husband, I don't know why you didn't find a place to get rid of those ASAP instead of when I got around to it. Like if your wife is telling you that she's having thoughts of harming herself and the children, why wouldn't you, like, I would, hello. I'd get rid of that quick as hell. But with what he had and handed over, that was stuff that only had again, a lot of these medications, you have to take these for a week, 2 weeks, 3 weeks, just for the initial, for you to even know if it's working or not. So the fact that a lot of these medications were either full or only had a couple missing, it doesn't, that's why I kind of agree with Jennifer with that aspect. Like maybe she was telling people she was taking stuff and she really wasn't, including her husband.
I think so.
Right? We should be coming back from this break. Thank you all for hanging out with us today. Day 2 will be on Wednesday. Day 3 will be on Thursday. Day 4 will be on Friday. And we might be having a show later on this evening discussing certain parts of this trial today and some other things. So make sure you're subscribed if you're not. And please hit the like if you haven't yet. And share this out to your socials and friends.
Yeah, there's a lot to talk about.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, a lot. I kind of thought it was going to be a little bit more simple when...
Oh my gosh, it did it again. I'm sorry, Rosie.
No, it's okay. And I said, I thought when we started this, I thought it was going to be much more simple than the Senate's gotten into like a whole thing. It is definitely much more complicated.
Yeah, there's a lot to it. A lot of questions still, but it's only day 1. Definitely going to have to hear the medical experts. I need to hear what they have to say. I need more understanding with what actually was taking place. I'm not sure. Are you not allowed? I don't know. What did you say? I don't know. It didn't show anything. Just abbreviate it if it's an auto ban word. It could be YouTube. They're paying off a settlement, a pretty hefty one. So that's why you'll notice there's a lot more commercials than there used to be. And they probably are auto banning certain words or something. Who knows? You know, it's all about those sponsorships.
Yeah.
Yeah, just use abbreviations or something. Should be all right. So we should be coming back from the second break here soon, and then they're going to go for about an hour, hour and a half. And maybe 2 hours. Just depends. I have a feeling they're going to be on the longer side because I had a feeling they thought that they were going to be done with his testimony, but it doesn't sound like they're close to that. So
yeah.
Still waiting for the defense, but the defense was like, there's no objections to anything, Your Honor. They don't even have to show me anything. It's like, wow, he just wants this. Let's just get it done, huh?
Yeah. Yeah, it's definitely going to take longer, I think. That's usually what happens is they always say it's going to be a certain amount of time, and then it's just always longer. Never shorter, always longer.
Yes, thanks for checking out the channel as well. Appreciate it. All right, let me see here. Let me, in the meantime, while we're waiting here, I'm going to play this video real quick. Shouldn't be but a moment. Let's see here. This is, Patrick begging the judge to limit the evidence shown to public, and I don't disagree with that.
Don't forget to unmute it.
I recognize on his behalf that.
All right. Counsel, I know we discussed some of the issues here. I don't know if you would want to say anything else for the record in regards to your request.
If I might, very briefly, Your Honor. Again, as I indicated to the court on the record at sidebar and to Ms. Sprague and Ms. Buckingham and Mr. Reddington, thank you, first of all, Judge, for the opportunity to be heard. As everyone is aware, I'm not here as a lawyer representing the Commonwealth, neither am I here as a lawyer in any way representing the defendant. And on behalf of Patrick Clancy, the father of the three child victims in this case, he recognizes, and I recognize on his behalf, that he has no authority, no standing, and no intention of suggesting to this court or to the attorneys how to try their case, how to conduct direct or cross-examination, and perhaps most importantly, what evidence or exhibits should be introduced during the trial. Mr. Clancy, respectfully, Judge, is not seeking to close the courtroom at any time during the trial. Mr. Clancy is not seeking to address the admissibility of any evidence or to exclude any evidence from the jury. And he's not in any way seeking to prejudice the Commonwealth or the defendant in any way. What Mr. Clancy is seeking through counsel, Your Honor, respectfully, is to restrict in a very limited way the display and access to certain specific limited items of evidence and exhibits at trial to the jury, to the court, to counsel, to the court reporter, to the session clerk, and to the court officers. That is, the necessary parties who will be involved in trying the case. And I respectfully, Judge, I suggest that pursuant to the so-called Massachusetts Victims' Rights Bill and other statutes and cases with which the court is familiar, as a victim, as a family member of the three victims in this case, Mr. Clancy respectfully has an opportunity and a right to be heard through me or through his counsel. I suggest to the court that certain items of physical evidence or certain exhibits ought be restricted from dissemination and distribution, quite frankly, locally, nationally, and internationally, as is the case in this day and age. And for purposes of this hearing, respectfully, Judge, I would ask the court and I would ask that the record reflect that the recording of the so-called 911 call allegedly made by Mr. Clancy be marked or be included as an exhibit for purposes of this particular request. I would also ask respectfully, Your Honor, that any photographs of the three victims in this case, whether taken prior to the alleged incident, whether so-called scene images, whether photographs or video recordings of the three victims, or any so-called autopsy-related photographs of the victims be marked for purposes of this hearing. Likewise, Your Honor, respectfully, I would ask on behalf of Mr. Clancy that the clothing being worn by the three victims during the course of the alleged incident also be reviewed by the court and marked as exhibits. And lastly, Your Honor, respectfully, given the background that I summarized for the court and counsel on the record at sidebar, I would ask that the material that I have submitted to Your Honor from Patrick Clancy and correspondence that I've shared with both the prosecution and the defense and the court and have submitted to your clerk be also marked as an exhibit, and that it be subject to the motion to impound, which I have filed on behalf of Mr. Clancy, given the nature of that correspondence. In short, Your Honor, I am asking that based on the law, based on Your Honor's ability under the rules of impoundment, and specifically the rule as I understand it on behalf of Mr. Clancy and is cited by Your Honor in your initial order, which I believe is docket number 111, entitled Order Pursuant to Supreme Judicial Court Rule 119, that Your Honor does have the discretion to limit certain recording and certain transmitting of proceedings during the course of a trial. And specifically, as Your Honor knows, that rule, Supreme Judicial Court Rule 119, entitled Electronic Access by the News Media to Court Proceedings, states in one part that a judge may limit or temporarily suspend such access by the news media if it appears that such coverage will create a substantial likelihood of harm to any person or other serious harmful consequence. And the Supreme Judicial Court rule goes on to say a judge may impose other limitations necessary to protect the right of any party to a fair trial or the safety or the well-being of any party, witness, or jury. I suggest to the court that under those provisions, upon reviewing each of those four different categories of potential evidence and the correspondence from Mr. Clancy, that certain limiting rules should be adopted by the court and imposed on the media in this case. Lastly, Judge, I refer the court respectfully to two specific cases in the Commonwealth, which respectfully did not rise to the level of the extraordinary nature and facts in this case. One of which, Judge, was a case involving the alleged sexual assault of a young child, which was tried in Middlesex County several years ago. And after the conviction and after the case, a private documentary filmmaker sought access to the recordings of the witnesses who testified in court. And ultimately, the SJC found that the trial court's conclusion that the privacy interests and the emotional harm to the victim and her family outweighed the First Amendment right of the media or a documentary film member to get access to the actual recording live voices in the courtroom. And instead, the SJC, Justice Gantz, indicated that the proper mechanism, given the circumstances of that case, was to allow the documentary film member or the media access to the transcript, that is the written word. Likewise, in that case is Commonwealth versus Winfield, WINFIELD. Similarly, Your Honor, I respectfully direct the court's attention on behalf of Mr. Clancy to a case tried in Essex County, Commonwealth versus Chisholm, CHISM, in which then trial judge Lowy heard a motion to suppress when there was a videotape and a recording of a defendant's statement. And ultimately, the media sought access to the videotape statement to disseminate and distribute outside the courtroom. And the SJC ultimately upheld Justice Lowy's decision at the trial court level to allow the media access to a transcript of the videotape and a transcript of the defendant's statements, but not the actual videotape. Given that precedent, given Your Honor's discretion, given the spirit of the Supreme Judicial Court rule that applies to the electronic recordings of proceedings in your courtroom, I end as I began and ask the court on behalf of Mr. Clancy that certain limiting instructions to the media would be appropriate with respect to the 911 recording of Mr. Clancy's voice, certain photographs of the three child victims, and the clothing worn by the three child victims in this case. And again, on behalf of Mr. Clancy, I thank Your Honor for the opportunity to be heard.
All right, counsel, thank you. Attorney Sprague?
Thank you, Your Honor. With regard to the 911 call, Your Honor, I believe it's a public record available on a public records request, but I would defer to the court in terms of how you want to restrict publication of the 911 call during the trial or thereafter, as long as the Commonwealth is still allowed to show or play rather the recording for the jury, as the court has previously allowed that motion. Regarding photographs of the children, we had already addressed the autopsy photographs. The Commonwealth was going to request impoundment of those, and we would agree that they should not be broadcast or photographed in any way. Crime scene photographs, the children had already been removed from the home when the crime scene photographs and video were taken, so they will not appear in those photographs. The only blood in those photographs would be the purported blood of the defendant in the bedroom and on the exterior of the home, and then a small amount of blood from Cora in the basement. In terms of pre-incident photos, there has been mass publication of photos of the children already, but I would defer to the court on that as well. And regarding the clothing of the victims in this case, the clothing would be a shirt and pants that Dawson was wearing, pajamas and a bathrobe that Cora was wearing. There's a small amount of bodily fluid on the pajamas, and then pajamas that Kellen was wearing. But although some of the material has been cut as they were cut away from the children, as EMS were working on them, trying to save them, there's nothing about the clothing that I think would suggest the need for restriction of publication of those items. So that's the Commonwealth's opinion.
All right, Counsel, thank you. Attorney Reddington?
Let's call a spade, Judge. I have been in this court every time we've had pretrial hearing indicating to the court that the circumstances of the death is not in dispute. The circumstances of this horrific act are not in dispute. Repeatedly, the government has argued that they have a right to try their case, to present their evidence. Sure they do. But, you know, even though we're in a court, let's talk a little bit about humanity. Let's talk a little bit about how we should try this case. I have indicated repeatedly that we stipulate to every piece of evidence that they want. I have respectfully objected to you with the introduction of this stuff going into the trial. I understand your ruling, and quite frankly, it makes sense. You're trying a case. What I can't fathom is the district attorney's intent to put a circus in front of this jury that's calculated to just inflame the passions of the jury, repeatedly placing in evidence items such as having Patrick Clancy, who's a young man who has suffered one of the worst tragedies that anyone could ever suffer. How that guy is still not an emotional basket case is beyond me, and he has been. But nevertheless, he is trying hard to move on with his life. He has, as the court is aware, they're divorced. He's remarried. He has a family. He has his extended family. Your Honor heard statements, and I know for a fact that it's true, that his family, totally innocent people that have nothing whatsoever to do with this case, are being harassed daily by news media, the New York Post, and all the rest of these types of salacious news media outside their door. This is his family. Some of them are in California. They have nothing to do with this case. But nevertheless, they are being hounded by the media. And the district attorney wants to put that guy on the witness stand and show little onesies with bodily fluid of his child. And they want to have him stand there. Oh, they're going to let him stand in the hallway while we listen to the 911 call.
Mr. Reddington, that's another issue. That's another motion. The question we have right now, respectfully, is Mr. Myers' request as to how we should deal with this in regards to the media.
I agree with Mr. Myers' request, as I told you with the sidebar. I think it's very appropriate. I think he argued it effectively. I think that Your Honor is well aware that you have the authority under the SJC rules to enter limiting orders, if you will, as to publication, as to what media can publish, what photographs they could look at and report. And I agree with what he had indicated to you in his argument.
All right. All right.
But I still want to say that I think it's reprehensible the way the government is trying this case.
Honor, if I may, I'd just like to say that I understand why defense counsel would want to brush past what happened to these children, whitewash away what happened, and focus on something else.
Here's what we're going to do. We're going to end that now. All right?
So he gets an opportunity to say it.
No, I stopped that. And if you want to address that in a different way, then we've got another motion in about 5 minutes that we're going to probably be talking about that. So let's talk about that then. This is I let counsel go and think it was going to wrap back up, and I didn't see that it was going to wrap back up in regards to the request. So that's why I stopped it. All right? This is not accomplishing anything in regards to the question of access to these 4 pieces of evidence. So I've got everybody's position. I've heard the arguments from counsel. What I'm going to do is I'm going to take it under advisement. And then what I'm going to do is issue an order probably tomorrow morning. And parties know I've listened to the tape, that 911 tape. I have looked at the autopsy photographs. I have looked at a crime scene video, which I imagine is where the crime scene pictures will come from. And so I'm familiar with the universe of the evidence that we're dealing with right now. I want to take tonight, go over the arguments from parties. That's why I'm stopped a little bit, everybody. I just want everybody focusing on that issue. So I'm going to take this matter, the request of Mr. Clancy under advisement, and I will be issuing an order in regards to that request sometime tomorrow morning. All right.
All right. All right. We're going to switch back to this as we are waiting for this. They're supposed to be back about 7 minutes ago. Should be back momentarily. Give me 1 second here. Crazy stuff about Idaho 4. If you guys have followed the Idaho 4 case, breaking Brian Koberger looks to take back his guilty plea. So we're going to continue to monitor the situation over here at the trial. We're going to click over here to this breaking news real quick, and we'll be covering this in an upcoming show as well. Check this out.
Breaking just moments ago, the man convicted of murdering 4 University of Idaho students in their college house back in 2022 wants to take back his guilty plea and get a new trial. Brian Koberger says his plea was made on false promises and wrong information and claims he is innocent. Koberger is looking to use post-conviction relief and is arguing he had bad counsel. We're gonna have more on this breaking story when we get it. This is breaking details into us right now that he's looking to take back that guilty plea. We're waiting on any brand new details to come into us right now.
Ineffective
as
counsel.
This is breaking. Obviously, this is just a horrific time for these families as they have been following every detail of that courtroom drama. Let's bring in Donna Rotuno now. Donna,
crazy.
Can you please, jump on in here, as I can only imagine the feelings that these families are having right now.
What do you
knowing
guys
that this
think?
man
This is
looking to
wild.
Take back that guilty plea. Your thoughts?
This is
It's
wild.
really unbelievable, Sandra. And at first I heard it and I thought, well, how can he do that? Usually there's a time frame in which you can file these types of motions, and we're far past that time frame. But apparently, I've been doing some research here in the last couple of minutes, and in Idaho, there is no time frame that you have to show. I think the wording was a manifest injustice in order to have your plea taken back. And so that's a very high bar, right? He's going to have to show that there was something so extraordinary that got him to take this plea, and that there was an injustice that happened because of it. So I think it's a high bar, and I think he's going to have a difficult time doing it. And I would be very surprised if the judge allows it, because the judge is going to say, I went over all your rights with you. We went over them in court painstakingly. Remember, they had an entire a day set aside to take the plea. And so it was a full day of plea. And so I have a hard time believing a judge would grant this, but the fact that this was filed, the fact that he makes certain claims that he makes in this filing, it's pretty explosive. And as you said, absolutely horrible for these families who really wanted to do the best they could do to put this portion of this tragedy behind them.
So Donna, it's a process called post-conviction relief. It essentially allows him to challenge his sentence or conviction. He's apparently saying he had bad legal advice and he wants to take a look at this again, and he's innocent. How often does something like this ever succeed or get past the judge in the first place?
Very rarely. Very rarely. Normally, there's a time frame in which you basically have an absolute right to withdraw your plea if it falls under certain circumstances, right? Like, I didn't understand, there's new evidence, my lawyer misled me. You know, there's things that you can say, and that's within a 30-day period. But after this amount of time goes by, and you look at this standard in Idaho, it's a very, very, very high standard to show a manifest injustice. I mean, that would be something so egregious that he would have to prove. And I just don't see that here under the evidence. I mean, there's been so much talk about this case since the plea. I mean, we've listened to books being written. We've heard criminologists. We heard the one expert who said the defense didn't do the job that he thought she should do. But, you know, in listening to those people, all of that to me was very subjective. And so I don't see, if those are the types of things that he's going to rely on, I don't see that rising to the level of this manifest injustice that he would have to prove. But we'll see what happens. But I think, as I said,
manifest
most of the time,
injustice.
these things are not successful.
You know, I just want to make clear that this is all happening because Brian Koberger is finally speaking to the press. He gave a phone interview to the New York Times, which is relaying this information to the American public. The Times did reach out to the father of one of the victims to get a comment, and the father did not want to discuss yet without talking to his family first. Again, can't imagine what they're going through. But he had not, Donna, made any public comments or given any interview before we heard these words spoken to the New York Times. He also wouldn't reveal anything else about any evidence that was exchanged in the courtroom. But he said in this phone call from prison in Idaho that he is claiming absolute innocence. He says, quote, "My actual innocence is my truth, and the plea hinged on by false promises and blatant disinformation must be withdrawn." He just said this last night, and he reiterated in that phone call that he had an absolute claim of innocence. Donna, perhaps this was his plan all along. We have no way to know.
Right. We have no way to know. And, you know, of course, what else is he going to say at this point if this is something that you're trying to do? I mean, Sandra, if I had $1 for every defendant I represented in my career that told me.
Signatures are coming in right now. If you want to have them take the stand, that's fine.
Crazy stuff. Crazy stuff. We'll get back to that maybe at the end of the show here. Thank you all for being here. Crazy stuff.
This court's now in session. Please be seated.
Your Honor, for the purpose of the record, we return back to the trial in the matter of Commonwealth versus Lindsay Clancy. All parties are present, including the defendant.
All right. Thank you. Thank you, members of the jury. Attorney Sprague?
Thank you, Your Honor. Sir, before the break, we were talking about Lindsay's stay at McLean Hospital, correct?
Correct.
Were you aware that she was discharged on January 5th, 2023?
Yes.
And did you, in fact, bring her home that day?
I picked her up, yeah.
Were you aware that she had a follow-up appointment with Dr. Jennifer Tufts the following day?
Yes.
I want to show you some photos here of the children and just ask if this is a fair and accurate depiction of how they looked in January of 2023.
Yes.
They may be marked.
showing you Exhibit 9. This is Cora, correct? Can you tell us a little bit about what Cora was like in January of 2023, what her interests were?
I'm going to object at this point.
Counsel, can I see it sidebar?
So, sir, if you could just tell us a little bit about Cora's interests at that time.
Cora was into princesses. And she had a lot of friends. And she just liked taking care of people.
And showing you Dawson, correct?
Yes.
What kind of things was Dawson interested in?
Using the firefighters and trucks. And he liked Paw Patrol.
Exhibit 11, Alan. He's only 8 months old, correct?
Correct.
Did he have any interest or
He was just a happy baby.
happy baby? And then just showing you briefly Exhibit 12. Does this picture clearly indicate their sizes in relation to each other in January 2023?
Yes.
After Lindsay was released from McLean Hospital, was there a birthday party for Cora on January 7th, 2023?
Yes.
And who had organized that birthday party?
I think we both did.
And where was it?
It was at Nova in Plymouth.
And was Lindsay present for the party?
Yes.
And do you recall who got all the supplies and everything for the party?
I think Lindsay did.
We could play a video. I'm going to ask you to look at a video and just tell me if you recognize this as a video from the party. Or was that from the party?
Yeah.
And was that Cora seated in front of Lindsay while singing Happy Birthday?
Yeah.
And there's a second clip. Again, was that Cora and Lindsay?
Yeah.
Hope to have the birthday videos. That's the next exhibit.
That may be admitted.
13 somewhere. From Cora's birthday party until January 23rd, 2023, did you check on and check in with Lindsay?
Every day.
And how did you do that?
I would ask her in the morning how she's feeling, how she slept.
And did she tell you that she was sleeping better?
Maybe a little bit better, but she's still struggling.
And did you ask her during that time if she had suicidal thoughts?
Yeah.
And what was her response?
She told me no.
She told you what?
She said no.
No. Did she ever tell you during that time period that she was having thoughts of harming the children?
No.
Did you as a family go to the Museum of Science on January 8th, 2023?
Yes.
Was the defendant able to participate in activities with the children while at the museum on January 8th?
Yes.
I'm going to pull up some photographs. Just ask you to ID or identify everyone in the photograph so that the jurors can follow their movements through the video footage in the video. So if I may, down here in the maroon colored shirt.
It's Dawson.
Dawson. And in the red skirt.
Cora.
And in the gray jacket.
Lindsay.
And here, pushing the carriage.
That's me.
And is Callan in the carriage at that time?
Yeah.
And permission to play the video, Your
Let's
Honor.
go see again, sidebar.
Your Honor, at this time, we've moved to submit the still photograph and the video pursuant to the discussion at sidebar. I'd move to submit the full video in as one exhibit for identification and the timeline video as the exhibit.
Timeline. Did we, you submit a copy of that later?
No, there's the full video that was provided by the
Right.
Science, and then there's a timeline that was created following the family through these, and we get snippets from this video.
Okay, that's fine.
So for identification. Museum Science. Exhibit C, so marked. And then museum timeline for the next exhibit 14. Sir, after going to the Museum of Science, well, let me go back to that for a moment. At the Museum of Science, do you recall the defendant being able to interact with the children at exhibits that required, manipulating knobs and materials and showing the children how to do those exhibits and interacting with them at those exhibits?
Yeah, Lindsay was always able to interact with our kids, even including at the Museum of Science.
And then after your trip to the Museum of Science, do you remember going to the Charlie Horse restaurant with the kids and Lindsay?
Yes.
And how soon after the Museum of Science was that? Do you recall?
I don't recall the exact dates.
Okay. And what type of place is the Charlie Horse restaurant?
It's like a family restaurant with games.
And how was the defendant's demeanor at the restaurant?
It was good. I was hopeful
Why were you hopeful?
because she seemed much better.
And then on January 14th, 2023, were you able to go to brunch with your friends while the defendant was home with the children?
Yeah.
And about how long were you gone?
About 2 hours.
Were there any issues or problems that you were aware of while you were gone?
No. She encouraged me to go. She said, "You've just been inside a lot. You should go out." And it was fine.
And while you were there at brunch, did she send you photos of the kids and text messages?
I think so, yeah.
Direct your attention to January 15th, 2023. Did you and Lindsay and the kids go to the Cape Codder in Hyannis?
Yeah.
And was there a water park there?
Yeah.
And how was Lindsay's demeanor that day?
It seemed pretty good.
Was she able to interact with the children and participate in the activities?
Yes.
I could bring up photos again. I would just like you to look at the photos to point out who the individuals are in the photo. So here in the dark shorts with the white band on the top.
It's me.
And then in the bathing suit here with the ponytail.
It's Cora.
And then in the striped swimsuit at the bottom.
It's Dawson.
And then here in the black bathing suit without shoulder straps.
Lindsay.
Lindsay. And is that was Cora with her?
Yes.
And in this third photo, is that Lindsay with Callan in her arms?
Yeah.
And that photo there is that Dawson with the striped bathing suit.
Yep.
Okay. We can go to the video with the court's permission.
Hold on.
I'm just going to go to certain clips. If we could start with from the beginning to 40 seconds in and play. Sir, if you could tell us who, well, can you confirm that that's you and the children and Lindsay arriving now?
Yes.
would that be Cora in the purple jacket with the pink boots?
Yes.
And Lindsay in the gray coat with the backpack?
Yes.
And then if we could go to 139. And during this time, are you waiting to check in and get your wristbands and all of that?
Yeah.
You could go to 647. Do you recognize this play area?
Yes.
And did you and Lindsay and the children go over to this hardship area?
Yep.
Showing you here, is that Cora that just went down the slide?
Yeah.
And is that you there by the slide?
Yeah.
We can go to 1122. Let's see. We could go to 1406. Oh. Sir, here at 1625. that Cora and then Lindsay that go down the slide together?
Yeah.
We can go to 1745. But the same thing here.
Yeah.
So she's able to interact with Cora and the others, participate in the activities.
Yeah.
If we could go to 4753, please. You're up in the corner here.
Yeah.
Is this you and Dawson and Cora entering the pool area?
Yeah.
Lindsay was with Callan at that time, correct?
Yes.
So you were comfortable with her being off in a separate area with Callan while you were with Cora and Dawson that day?
Yeah.
Okay. That's all, thank you. I move to submit the pod photos and timeline.
Again, let me just see over here just briefly, just so I have that straight.
Exhibit with the guidelines at sidebar.
All right, pursuant to our discussion, that portion may be admitted.
15 somewhere.
What's it, 15? Oh, okay, thank you.
Sir, directing your attention now to January 16th, 2023. Did you go skiing that day?
Yeah.
And who did you go skiing with?
Cora.
And was it just the two of you?
No, we went with another dad and his son.
And who was that dad?
Adam Schwebach.
And was Lindsay home with Callan and Dawson that day when you went skiing with Cora?
Yeah.
Were there any issues or problems that you're aware of when she was home alone with the kids all day?
No.
And was she able to communicate with you throughout the day?
Yeah.
And how was that communication done?
Texts. I might have called her. I'm not sure.
And do you recall texting each other back and forth photos of you with Cora and the boys at home and what they were doing?
Yeah.
And so she was able to take those photographs and send them to you without any apparent problem, correct?
Correct.
Show you the 3 text messages with the attached photos. And sir, are these accurate copies of the text messages with the photos that were sent between yourself and the defendant on January 16th, 2023?
Yes.
I'd like to move to have these marked as the next 3 exhibits.
They may be admitted.
Exhibits 16, 17, and 18. Mark. And so, sir, showing you the first photo, which was marked Exhibit 16. Did you start off the conversation by sending the photo of you and Cora skiing?
Yeah.
And showing you Exhibit 17, did Lindsay respond by taking and sending this photo of Dawson?
Yeah.
And then did she respond again, sending you selfie she took of herself and Callan?
Yeah.
And you felt comfortable leaving Callan and Dawson home with her that day?
Yeah.
And why is that?
She seemed to be doing a lot better.
In what ways did she seem to be doing better?
Her mood seemed better. She was more active, and she was able to partake in more things.
She was also going to the gym during that time as well, correct? The Kingsbury Club?
That sounds right. Yeah.
Were you hopeful at that time that things were getting better?
Yeah.
Did Lindsay's parents visit you the weekend of January 21st through the 22nd?
Yeah.
And whose idea was that? Do you recall?
I think it was theirs. I think they were just coming to visit to say hi.
And what did you guys do that weekend?
We just hung out and went to a friend's house on Sunday. They left after we got back from there.
And whose friend's house did you go to that Sunday?
The Carneys.
Carneys, okay. And who went to the Carneys?
Lindsay, myself, Dawson, and Cora.
And what did you do there?
There was a fire, and I think we roasted marshmallows or something like that.
And how was Lindsay's demeanor that day?
She was quieter that day. So, that was the extent of it.
Was she able to interact with the Carneys?
Yeah, but she's quiet.
Okay. And you said you returned home and then her parents left?
Yeah.
Do you recall Lindsay and her mom taking a picture together that weekend?
Yeah.
Is this that photo?
Yeah, that's it.
We could have this marked as the next exhibit.
That may be admitted.
Exhibit 19. And Lindsay seemed to be doing better that weekend, correct?
Overall, yeah.
Were you aware that her mother had sent her a text saying something to the effect of, "I'm glad you're doing so much better"?
I became aware of that later, yeah.
And just showing you exhibit 19. And I'm sorry, Your Honor, I didn't mark the still photo from the Museum of Science. If we could have that as the next.
Sure.
Exhibit 20. That Monday, after her parents had gone home to Connecticut, so Monday the 23rd of January, did Cora and Dawson go to school?
Yeah.
And do you recall Lindsay picking them up that afternoon?
Yeah.
When Lindsay returned home with Cora and Dawson, did she discuss with you that Cora was having some stomach issues at school?
Yeah.
And were you familiar with the stomach issues that Cora had been having?
Yeah.
And did you have an idea of what was causing those stomach issues?
Yeah, it wasn't unusual. She was embarrassed to go to the bathroom at school, so she just held it all day.
Okay. And so this was a common occurrence?
Yeah.
And were you aware that Cora had her 5-year physical scheduled for the next day, Tuesday the 24th?
No, I didn't know that was already scheduled. I thought she called it in and set it up. So yeah, it's news to me.
Okay. So would it have been Lindsay who would make those kinds of appointments, the physicals and all of that?
She usually handled that, yeah.
Okay. And going to Tuesday, January 24th, 2023, were you working that day?
Sorry, you said on the 24th?
Yes, Tuesday the 24th.
Yeah.
That morning was Cora's doctor's appointment at 8 a.m.?
Yeah.
And who took her to the doctor's appointment?
Lindsay.
And did anyone have to go with her, or did she drive herself and Cora there?
It's just Lindsay and Cora.
And you were home with the boys, is that right?
Yeah.
And while you're with the boys and Lindsay's with Cora at the doctor's, are you sending text messages and photos back and forth?
Yeah.
And why did you send a photo of Dawson to Lindsay that morning?
Because he dressed himself completely for the first time.
And he was excited about that?
Yeah.
And did she respond back with a photo of Cora?
Yeah.
Are these the photos you sent back and forth?
Yeah.
I could have the photo of Dawson as the next exhibit and the photo of Cora as the following.
All right, they may be admitted.
And 22 somewhere. Publishing lease. Exhibit 21. And exhibit 22. And while you were texting with Lindsay back and forth, were you able to understand her text messages?
Yeah.
Did she seem to understand yours in response?
Yes.
Did she return home?
Yes.
And do you recall around what time she got home that morning?
8:30.
And once she got home, what did you do?
I think I got ready for work.
And While you were downstairs working in your office, do you know what Lindsay and the kids were doing?
They built a snowman and they did some art projects.
And how did you know this was happening?
She texted me a picture.
So Lindsay was continuing to text you and send you photographs throughout that day?
Yeah, and I went up to say hi at one point.
Okay. First, I just want to show you the text messages back and forth. Text being on the right-hand side. If you want to look through there and just see if you recognize the messages going back and forth between you and Lindsay that morning or that day.
Right. This is it says activity sensor.
Excuse me?
I think this is something else.
So starting at 7 a.m. on the 24th, and we go to 8:17 a.m. This is the photo you sent of Dawson, and then the replies going to 8:18 a.m. Is this the reply from Lindsay? And then throughout the day, just messages back and forth up to the point. Page 940, where Lindsay's sending you the photos of the kids in the snow. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Okay. We could have the text messages marked as the next exhibit.
It may be admitted.
Exhibit 23. And just look at one photo. Is this one of the photos you sent? We could have a photograph marked as the next exhibit.
That may be admitted.
Exhibit 24. How often do you think or do you remember going upstairs that day to interact with Lindsay and the kids?
Once or twice. It was a busier day than usual.
And when you did come up to interact with them, how was Lindsay's mood?
She seemed happy.
Happy? And how could you tell that? What was she doing?
She was playing with the kids, and she seemed in a good mood.
At any point during that day when you came up or while she's texting you, did she tell you she was having suicidal thoughts?
No.
Did she tell you she was having thoughts of harming the kids?
No.
Did she ask for help or anything that caused concern?
No, she's having one of her best days.
One of her best days?
Yeah.
I want to direct your attention to 4:53 p.m. that day. Did you receive a text from Lindsay about dinner?
Yeah.
And do you recall what it said?
Something along the lines of, do you want to get takeout? I haven't planned anything.
Do you recall it saying, any chance you want to do takeout from 3V? I didn't cook anything. It's been a long day.
Yeah.
Had you been to 3V restaurant previously?
Yeah.
Alone or with the family?
With the family.
And approximately how many times had you been there to eat?
Probably 3 times.
And so you had all gotten in the car and driven from your home to 3V restaurant in Plymouth approximately 3 times?
Yeah, sometimes we were already out somewhere, but yeah.
Okay, but been there 3 times. Had you ever done takeout from there before?
No.
Where would you typically do takeout when you were going to do takeout at home?
The Chestnut Grill. I think another one was West End Grill.
Were those closer than 3V to your home?
Yeah.
So Lindsay suggested 3V and you agreed, is that correct?
Yeah.
Okay. Did she send you another text at 4:56 p.m.? asking you to take a look at the menu?
Yeah.
And did you send a text at 5:06 p.m. About Callan?
Yeah, I asked if he had taken a nap.
And did she respond?
Yeah.
And what was her response?
That it was a shorter nap and he was awake.
And at that time, did you also send a separate text asking what she was getting at 3V?
Yeah.
And what was her response?
I don't remember what she ordered.
Do you recall a Mediterranean Power Bowl?
Yeah, that sounds right.
And did she ask you what you were getting?
Yeah.
And at 5:08 p.m., did you respond?
Yeah.
And what did you tell her?
I forget what it was.
Do you recall scallop and pork belly risotto?
Yeah.
That was it?
Yep.
Who called in the order to 3V?
Lindsay.
Once the order was placed, what did you do?
I came upstairs. I took Callan for a minute, and I rocked him by my knees, kissed Cora on the head, and I said, I'll be right back.
And what was Dawson doing when you were leaving?
He was eating chicken nuggets on the couch.
And do you recall if he was using a bowl or a plate?
It was a bowl.
Do you remember what the defendant's, well, first of all, where was the defendant seated when you left the house, or was she seated?
She was standing.
And where was she?
In the doorway of the living room.
And was that the doorway by the front door or the doorway by the basement door?
It's the doorway by the basement door.
And did she have Callan, or where was Callan?
She had Callan.
Okay. And what was her demeanor?
Normal.
Counselor, could I see both sidebar here? Members of the jury, we're going to break at this point for the day. All right. So what we're going to do is I'm going to excuse you till Wednesday morning. All right. So you don't have to come in here tomorrow. Just remind you, I'm going to ask those same questions I asked you this morning, whether or not you did any research or you saw anything that would affect your ability to remain fair and impartial. You have to still keep an open mind. So don't do any research. Don't talk about this case with anyone. Don't go online, look at anything. Don't take any road trips. And we will see you on Wednesday morning. Same with the same instructions that you got from the officers in regards to that. So again, thank you so much for your time and your effort. and I'll see you on Wednesday. Okay?
All rise.
All right. So it looks like we'll be back Wednesday for day 2, Thursday day 4, Friday day 5. Yeah, right. There was a lot of them.
All right.
A lot of redacted stuff too. Thank you all for being here. Please hit the like, subscribe if you're not. We're going to be coming back through doing an Idaho 4 show again. Brian Koberger retracts his confession.
Counsel, anything else we need to address before Wednesday?
I'm not sure if you want to discuss the view.
Broke that a
Oh, yeah,
couple
let me
hours
see,
ago. We'll be
Counsel,
talking
yeah.
about that here soon. Maybe this might take 6 weeks. I was kind of giggling at that, but I don't know. It seems like it might. I'm going to wait until it's done, though, just in case. Yes, it was 9 a.m. Well, they were supposed to start at 8 a.m. They didn't start until about 9 a.m. Central, 10 a.m. Eastern. So I assume it'll be for 9 a.m. Eastern on Wednesday. Could run until 10, who knows? We'll have day 2 attached if, or whenever that's set. Make sure you sub up if you're not, and also if you check out Idaho 4. We got boots on the ground footage, year anniversary. If you are a member, you have access to that. We will be going through some of that footage. Koberger's reversal, and we'll be getting into some of those documents here coming up. Make sure you're subbed, hit the notification bell to all so you get notified, or hopefully, because a lot of people still don't get notifications. And if you are one that does not get notifications, make sure you unsubscribe, subscribe again, hit the bell again, and then it should fix it. Oh, they did come back.
I want to thank everyone. And so we're going to be recessed on this matter until Wednesday at 9 a.m.
Yep, 9 a.m. Eastern, Wednesday.
All rise.
We'll see you for episode or day 2 for that one. And again, shortly we'll be having a notification coming out for the Idaho 4 show. We're going to cover that real quick too. Alrighty, and that should be the end. Again, thank you all for being here. Appreciate it very much. Say a prayer for these poor children. What a horrific event that they had to live through. Appreciate you guys. Stay safe, and